Chapter 253. Silvermoon City, Castellan Mansion. Hiss. I understand now. What a sinister Gu-hai. Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Jinmu of Silla sat beside him. She squinted her eyes and tapped her fingers on the table. Yeah, what a simple setup, what a deep scheme. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. The two of them turned their heads and looked at their subordinates. It's been 10 days. What's the reaction of the people in the city? Jinmu of Silla looked at her subordinate. Liu Yang of Gojoseon has completely cleared his name. Not only Silvermoon City, but also the cities around us. All the Castellans have tried their best to clear Liu Yang of Gojoseon's name. All the people believe that Liu Yang of Gojoseon will not rebel. The rumor created by Godfoot dynasty is just a joke. No one believes it, and no one supports it, the subordinate said in a low voice. Ha, ha ha ha. This is forcing Liu Yang of Gojoseon. This time, Liu Yang of Gojoseon is anxious. Gu-hai's scheme, no, it should be an overt scheme. An overt scheme that Liu Yang of Gojoseon can't refuse. Forcing Liu Yang of Gojoseon into a trap. An overt scheme? It's as secretive as a scheme. I rarely see such things. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Liu Yang of Gojoseon has no choice but to fall into the trap. Godfoot dynasty's crisis is going to be resolved soon. At the same time, we are going to be in trouble. Jinmu of Silla frowned. Yeah, although it's not a big scheme, it has dragged us into it. Not only did Liu Yang of Gojoseon fall into the trap, we had no choice but to follow suit. We had no choice. Sima Changkong sighed. I think Liu Yang of Gojoseon's residence should understand now. I wonder what kind of mess his residence is in now. Jinmu of Silla smiled. Mielu City. Liu Yang of Gojoseon residence. Following Mo Yike's request, Liu Yang of Gojoseon summoned all of his advisors, important generals, and trusted aides. Your Highness, this subordinate is incompetent. I did not see through this earlier. Gu-hai's vicious plan has caused your Highness to be in such a passive position. Mo Yike said bitterly. Mr. Mo, you don't have to blame yourself. Even if you had figured it out earlier, it would have been useless. Gu-hai's plan this time was completely unfathomable. Liu Yang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. What's wrong? Grandpa, what's wrong? Isn't everything fine now? You are already innocent. The common people are all mocking Shenlu Imperial Court. Everything is in our favor. Those rumors are just a joke. Young Masterin said in puzzlement. The group of advisors also frowned in deep thought. Some of their expressions changed, while others still could not figure out what was wrong. Mo Yike sighed slightly. Bad. The bad thing is that your Highness is completely innocent. The rumors are just a joke. Also, all the common people are mocking Shenlu Imperial Court. That's all. What's wrong? Young Masterin did not understand. If your Highness does not want to be a hegemon, then it is indeed a joke. Your Highness's position is unshakable. The common people's hearts are with your Highness. Shenlu Imperial Court is just a jumping clown, the laughingstock of the world. However, what if your Highness wants to be a hegemon? Mo Yike's expression was troubled. Gu-hai used 2 steps. First, he framed your Highness. This caused a portion of the common people to question him. Second, he took the initiative to expose Lu Shiren. This way, he cleared your Highness's name. At the same time, he mobilized all the city lords to be used by Gu-hai. He took the initiative to spread that everything was fake and that your Highness could not have the heart to be a hegemon. It was all rumors spread by the enemy countries, causing all the common people to pay attention to this matter. The public opinion was used by Gu-hai, but it became his mouth. The city lords of 100 cities also became Gu-hai's accomplices. mobilizing the enemy for his own use. This Gu Hai is very scary. Mo Yike said in a low voice. But, what's wrong? Young Master and still did not understand. Mo Yike looked at him and was too lazy to continue explaining. A advisor at the side said in horror, No, young Masterin, you are wrong. Although everything seems to be in your highness's favor on the surface, there is a hidden killing intent. Do you know the consequences? Consequences? First, Liu Yang of Gojoseon is innocent and will never rebel. The common people have formed a pattern in their hearts. If he had mobilized before, it would have been to take back what belonged to him. The great Ing imperial dynasty and Ing province belong to your highness. Taking back what belongs to you, no one can say anything. However, if your highness mobilizes now, it will be a rebellion. One was legitimate, and the other was treacherous. Mobilizing requires Tao. Standing on the highest point of morality, even if war is chaotic, it is the will of the people. However, mobilizing without Tao is the will of the people. Do you think it is still the same? Second, in this half a month, the common people have been mocking the Xinlu imperial dynasty. They put the rumor monger on the opposite side of them. That is why they mocked and ridiculed. Similarly, the rumor monger's words put them on the opposite side in their hearts. For your highness to rebel, this is a joke. This is something that should be mocked and ridiculed. They are the people of the Deqian celestial dynasty. Rebellion is something that is on the opposite side of them. The common people have already put rebellion on the opposite side. Do you understand? In the past, although the common people did not want rebellion, they did not completely deviate from rebellion. If your highness wants to rebel, then so be it. Although we are unwilling, forget it. This matter does not concern us. We do not have the power to stop it. However, it is different now. The common people now think that whoever rebels should be mocked and ridiculed. The common people want peace. Originally, there was a balance in the common people's hearts between your highness and the Deqian celestial dynasty. The common people's hearts were in the middle of the balance. Now, the common people are slowly leaning toward the Deqian celestial dynasty. It is not just a small group of people. Under the propaganda of the various city lords, all the common people want peace. At the same time, they are leaning toward the Deqian celestial dynasty. Common people? Young Masterin opened his mouth in shock. Mr. Mo said with a gloomy expression, without using a single soldier, he manipulated the common people of a province. This Gu Hai is still too dangerous. All the city lords and soldiers of Ing province are under his control. They are helping him spread propaganda and put your highness in an awkward position. But, what is the use? What can the common people decide? Young Masterin did not understand. Mr. Mo looked at young Masterin and was speechless for a while. A strategist at the side said with a bitter smile, Young Masterin, the common people are the will of heaven. Think about it. Where does the providence of a dynasty come from? It is formed by the accumulation of providence. What is providence? 1 yuan of providence is 129,600 portions of merit. Each portion of merit is the sentiments of a common person. When grandfather established the country, the common people were not grateful to the emperor, so there was no accumulation of merit. There was no providence. There was no providence. Young Master N's expression changed drastically. That's right. What kind of country is a country without providence? The Xinlu dynasty is just a small dynasty. Why is it so difficult to attack? It is because the dynasty's providence is huge. As long as the providence is not used up, the dynasty will not be destroyed. It has an endless supply of providence. The common people's hearts are leaning toward the Xinlu dynasty. Therefore, the Xinlu dynasty has a reason to exist. Now, if the Lord starts a rebellion and re-establishes the great Ing imperial dynasty, the common people will not accept it. Without providence, how can there be a dynasty? A strategist said in a low voice. Gu Hai is so ruthless. Is he cutting off the Lord's providence? Another strategist said with an ugly expression. Mo Yike once again bowed bitterly to the Luyang of Gojoseon and said, Lord, we are useless. Please forgive us, Lord. The group of strategists also bowed. The Luyang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and looked to the south. Is it Gu Hai? A cold look flashed in the Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes. It should be. Now, the common people are at peace. Of course, we cannot say that all of them are at peace. However, after this battle, the effect of the Lord establishing the country will be greatly reduced. Originally, if the Lord had established the country, he might have had the providence of an imperial dynasty. However, now, he might only have the providence of a dynasty, Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Ah! Gu Hai just made up a rumor, and the Daeng dynasty is going to be downgraded to the Daeng dynasty? Young Master N's expression changed. Yes. Furthermore, the Lord must immediately raise the flag. Otherwise, if this drags on, Gu Hai will spread more conspiracies, and the common people will become more and more divided from the Lord. This will make the Daeng dynasty's providence even more uncertain. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Yes, Lord. Now, we can only establish the country as soon as possible and hold on to the current providence. In the future, we can slowly change the common people's minds, another strategist said. The Luyang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and was silent for a while. Lord, this time, Gu Hai's conspiracy not only destroyed a large portion of our providence. More importantly, once the Lord establishes the country, there will definitely be a commotion in the various cities. The Lord has subdued most of the city lords, but there are a few that you have not completely subdued. Once the country is established, they will definitely cause chaos. The Lord needs to suppress them as soon as possible. Yingzhou will be in chaos soon. Yes, there is also the Deqian Celestial Empire. Once the Lord establishes the country, the Deqian Celestial Empire will immediately take action. The Deqianshan can tolerate the Lord's actions, but he will definitely not tolerate the Lord's rebellion. Rebellion cannot be tolerated. Very soon, there will be a great army from the Deqian Celestial Empire attacking. The group of strategists saw through Gu Hai's conspiracy and immediately drew inferences and found all the problems. At the side, Ao Shun took a deep breath and said in a low voice, back then, Long Xiaoye guessed that the Lord wanted to establish the country, but there was no evidence and she could do nothing to the Lord. Huangfu Chaoga guessed that the Lord wanted to establish the country, but there was no evidence and she could do nothing to the Lord. This time, Gu Hai actually didn't need evidence and forced the Lord to admit it himself. The common people are the foundation of the country. If the common people don't support the Lord's establishment, then the effect of establishing the country will be greatly reduced. Gu Hai's methods are straight to the point. Then, what should we do now? Should we continue to attack the Divine Foothill dynasty? Young Master N asked, confused. Inform the front lines to withdraw all the legions. Return to Ying Province's various cities to prevent riots. Luyang of Gojoseon said with some reluctance. Yes. The group of generals answered. Everyone, follow me back to Ying City. We will establish the capital as Ying City. We will choose a day to restore the great Ying imperial dynasty. Luyang of Gojoseon said. Yes, long live the emperor. The group of officials immediately bowed respectfully. If it were before the establishment of the country, it would have been a wonderful feeling for the officials to call him long live. However, today, Luyang of Gojoseon could not feel happy at all. This was because someone forced him to take the position of emperor. An enemy forced him to take the position. Just thinking about being forced to take the position of emperor made him unhappy. Gu Hai. Do you think that I will let you off just like that? Humph. This prince has been accumulating for so many years. How can you and that brat Huangfu Chaoga see through me? Humph. Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 254. Ing City. It was the biggest city in Ing Province. After Luyang of Gojoseon returned, the army quickly set up camp. Every street, inside, and outside the city were guarded by soldiers. The air was heavy with killing intent. Woo! Woo! The sound of the bugle horn filled the sky. The commoners had already stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the royal palace. Countless officials gathered. 3 days ago, the commoners had received news that Luyang of Gojoseon was going to take over Ing Province and restore the Great Ing Kingdom. At first, the commoners were shocked. Wasn't this a scheme of the Shinlu dynasty? How could the Lord rebel? But that was the truth. A large number of troops were stationed in the city to prevent chaos. The Lord's manor had already started to hold the heaven-worshipping ceremony. Today, the orphan of the Great Ing dynasty, Luyang of Gojoseon, requests the heavens and earth to be my witness. Today, I will restore the ancestral system and establish a new dynasty. I will use my blood as a sacrifice to the heavens and earth to show my will. I, Luyang of Gojoseon, will treat my people well and my new country well. I will restore the country as Ing, the Great Ing dynasty. With the remnant fate of the Great Ing dynasty as the foundation, I will use Ing City as the capital. With the heavenly Ing Palace as the center of the Great Ing dynasty, I will absorb the fate of the world. I beg the heavens to accept the establishment of my country. I beg the earth to accept the establishment of my country. Luyang of Gojoseon's voice resounded throughout the entire Ing city. When the commoners heard Luyang of Gojoseon's voice, they knew that there was no turning back. In the Lord's manor, no, in the royal palace, Luyang of Gojoseon stood on the altar, holding a blue imperial seal in his hand. The imperial seal was simple and unadorned, but it carried a fearsome might. Below the altar, countless officials revealed looks of anticipation. Luyang of Gojoseon wore a blue dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. As he finished speaking, he pressed the imperial seal in his hand to the ground. Roar! A dragon roar suddenly came from the imperial seal. Boom! The moment the seal landed on the ground, the entire city shook violently. Then, a huge dragon vein emerged from the seal. It drilled into the ground with a boom. Rumble! The great earth dragon vein drilled into the ground, causing the entire Ingdu to shake violently. However, what followed was surging spiritual energy. The commoners in the city immediately widened their eyes. The benefits of establishing a dynasty were immediately apparent. Placing the great earth dragon veins into the ground and gathering spirit chi. Rumble! Outside the city, mountains rose from the ground and quickly spread out in all directions. These were the dragon veins of the Great Ing dynasty. They had been sealed in the imperial seal for thousands of years. Now that they were suddenly released, they immediately swam freely through the land of Ing Province. For a moment, the ground of Ingzhou rumbled as if it was quaking. Ong! The hundreds of cities in Ing Province all roared with dragon roars that filled the sky. The establishment of the Great Ing Empire? In Ingdu, as the dragon vein returned to the earth, the imperial seal emitted a rolling flow of fate. It was the fate of the Great Ing imperial dynasty, sealed in the imperial seal like the dragon vein. Now that they had re-established their country, they immediately soared into the sky. Ingdu was still the same Ingdu. Surging providence appeared once again. At the same time, in the hundreds of cities in Ing Province, all the city lords who were loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon had received the news long ago. They had also informed the commoners 3 days ago. No matter how the commoners objected, under the suppression of the army, the worship of the Great Ing Empire began. Ingdu City greets the Great Emperor and congratulates the Great Ing Empire. Long live the Great Ing Empire, the city lord of Ingdu City shouted. Ingdu City greets the Great Emperor and congratulates the Great Ing Empire. Long live the Great Ing Empire! Countless officials who were loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon all bowed. Zhua City greets the Great Emperor and congratulates the Great Ing Empire. Long live the Grading Empire, the city lord of Zhou city shouted. Long live the Grading Empire. In the hundreds of cities, 90% of the city lords started to support the Luyang of Gojoseon. They led the entire city, officially defecting from the Great Qian Celestial Empire and pledging their loyalty to the Grading Empire. Many calls rang out. The various city lords swore their loyalty almost at the same time. However, countless commoners were anxious. Of course, many of the aristocrats and tyrants who had interests with them all bowed to Yingdu and pledged their loyalty to the Luyang of Gojoseon. After all, the Luyang of Gojoseon had ruled Yingzhou for thousands of years. The tyrants, aristocrats, and large family clans had all sorts of marriages and shared interests. They had long formed an ironclad interest group. Since the Luyang of Gojoseon had established his empire, they naturally all pledged their loyalty. Immediately, a large number of sentiments flowed towards Yingdu. These sentiments gathered into Providence, gathering in the sky above Yingdu. However, at the same time, countless commoners were unwilling to acknowledge the Grading Empire. Previously, they had just been mocking them. Now, they were the shameless ones. They were citizens of the Great Qian Celestial Empire. Why should they be citizens of the Grading Empire? Although they could not resist, they did not feel any sentiments or gather any providence. This time, the Luyang of Gojoseon had established his empire, greatly reducing their support. This also appeared in the sky above Yingdu. With the former Grading Empire's providence as the foundation, providence from all around Yingzhou gathered, and the Sea of Providence expanded rapidly. Very quickly, the Sea of Providence was more than 6 times larger than the one in the Xinlu dynasty. The Sea of Providence churned. The Luyang of Gojoseon, Mr. Mo, Ao Shun, Fang, Young Masterin, and countless other officials all looked at the churning Sea of Providence with anticipation. The Sea of Providence churned. Slowly, a silhouette formed in the center. A vague dragon-shaped body of Providence. Everyone clenched their fists and watched in anticipation. As more and more Providence gathered, the dragon-shaped body of Providence slowly solidified and became clearer. The dragon was wildly absorbing the Providence around it. Form, form, form. The golden dragon of Providence must form. Young Masterin clenched his fists excitedly. Above the Sea of Providence, the golden dragon formed entirely of Providence suddenly seemed to come alive. It opened its mouth and roared. Roar! As the golden dragon roared, the sky suddenly filled with thousands of rays of light. It's done! It's done! Countless officials exclaimed excitedly. Boom! Suddenly, the golden dragon exploded, turning into rolling Providence and dissipating in the Sea of Providence. What? Wasn't it about to form a golden dragon? It was already formed. Why did it scatter? Why did it scatter? Countless officials exclaimed. Young Masterin and the others' expressions changed. It's because we don't have enough providence. It's all Gu Hai's fault. It's all Gu Hai's fault. We were so close, so close. Luyang of Gojoseon's expression darkened. The officials below looked anxious. Mo Yike looked at the shattered golden dragon of Providence in the sky and smiled bitterly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Mo Yike bowed bitterly. After Mo Yike finished speaking, the officials in the square fell silent. It was as if they were unwilling to admit it. The ruler of the dynasty was called the Emperor. The ruler of the dynasty was called the Great Emperor. The difference of one word made a world of difference. The Emperor dynasty was not established. The Golden Dragon of Providence did not form and could only be demoted to a dynasty. The Deng dynasty. The officials did not dare to offend Emperor Luyang. Only Mo Yike could take the lead. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Deng dynasty. The civil and military officials bowed respectfully with a sense of unwillingness. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Deng dynasty, the officials and soldiers all cheered. However, Emperor Luyang felt very uncomfortable. The Deng dynasty was established. The news quickly spread to all the cities in the four directions, to all the cities in Ying province. When the city lords heard this, they were all stunned. The Deng dynasty? Not the Deng dynasty. The city lords were shocked. Silver Moon City. Jinmu of Silla and Sima Changkong also heard the news from the Deng dynasty. The two of them looked at each other. This Gu Hai destroyed an emperor dynasty without using a single soldier. Ha! Jinmu of Silla immediately laughed. The Deng dynasty, Luyang of Gojoseon must have been dealt a huge blow. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Send the news to the capital and let the officials see what the consequences are. That's what happens when you rebel. King Xinwu said coldly. At the same time, Ying province. 90% of the city lords were loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon. However, there were still 10 city lords who were not loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon. However, this was the territory controlled by the Luyang of Gojoseon. A war could break out at any moment. You traitors! You dare to rebel? His Holiness will not let you off. Traitors do not have good endings. I thought it was a scheme by the Xinlu dynasty, but it was true. Luyang of Gojoseon, you dare to rebel? No one can save you. Rumble. The army loyal to the Luyang of Gojoseon and the army loyal to the Deqian celestial dynasty clashed. The battle was extremely intense. The land of Ying province was in chaos. West of the Xinlu dynasty. In the 100,000 mountain region, there was a huge mountain that seemed to have been split vertically. 3 huge words were carved on the mountain wall. Gengjin sect. The 100,000 mountain region was where the headquarters of the Gengjin sect was located. There was a lot of luck in the sky that did not lose out to the Xinlu dynasty. Outside the 100,000 mountain region, there were 3 huge cities that were built around the Gengjin sect. The Gengjin sect was protected by a formation that was surrounded by clouds. At the center of the largest mountain peak, there was a huge hall called the Gengjin Hall. At this moment, 2 men were standing in the hall. One of them was Chu Qin, the leader of the elite hall. The other was a golden-haired elder. His eyebrows were raised and his eyes were fierce. Sect leader, the emperor has already established a country. It is a pity that it is only the Deng dynasty. His luck is not good enough. Chu Qin said bitterly. The golden-haired elder shook his head and said, yes, it is a pity. If the emperor had gathered all of our hidden luck, it would be an emperor dynasty now. Ah! Besides the Gengjin sect, there are other dynasties and sects that are also loyal to the emperor. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Don't ask what you should not ask. The golden-haired elder said. Yes. Clearly, Emperor Liu Yang's hidden power was not just limited to Ying province. There were other forces that were also under Emperor Liu Yang's control. For example, the Gengjin sect, which was not weaker than the Xinlu dynasty. The emperor asked me to pass an order to you. The Gengjin sect is to attack the Xinlu dynasty with all its strength. Most importantly, you are to find Gu Hai and kill Gu Hai. Solemnly, Chu Qin took out an imperial edict. The golden-haired elder slowly took it and opened it. Kill Gu Hai with all our strength? Golden Core Realm? The golden-haired elder looked at the imperial edict and frowned. Yes, I have fought with Gu Hai before. He is not my match. Chu Qin said proudly. The golden-haired elder narrowed his eyes and said, inform all the elders to meet me here. Prepare to attack the Xinlu dynasty. Yes. Chu Qin answered and quickly walked out of the hall. Chapter 255. The Deng dynasty established a country, and the Luyang of Gojoseon rebelled. Ying province declared independence. The news immediately spread to the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. The entire court was shocked. All the civil and military officials were immediately summoned to the court. Outside the court, a group of guards patrolled back and forth cautiously. The entire palace was filled with a murderous aura. Even outside the main hall, one could feel the suffocating pressure in the court. There was no noise in the imperial court, only the soft tapping of fingers on the armrest of the dragon throne. The tapping of fingers was very light, but in this silent imperial court, it was like a clap of thunder. Not to mention the internal ministers, even the guards at the door felt a sense of suffocation. After a long silence, a voice came from the main hall. The Luyang of Gojoseon rebelled. Since all of you have nothing to say, I will hand it over to the third prince, Jinmu of Silla. If there are any objections, speak up now, and I will pardon them. I don't want to hear any dissenting voices in the future. A dignified voice came. The main hall fell into a dead silence again. Obviously, none of the officials dared to speak up at this time. Rebelling was a serious crime. Even if they were on good terms with the Luyang of Gojoseon, they didn't dare to ask for mercy. His Holiness's tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable will. He was assertive, and his words suppressed everyone. Takashi Ryushin is the commander of Jinnan Day 1, and he is bestowed with the Golden Tiger Talisman. He can mobilize all the military forces in Yong Province, quell the rebellion, eliminate the rebels, and intimidate the eastern border. All officials in Yong Province will listen to the orders of the commander of Jinnan Day 1. If any of you disobey, you will be punished for treason. His Holiness's voice came again. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! All the officials cheered. They agreed with His Holiness. Takashi Ryushin was the commander of Jinnan Day 1, and none of the officials had any objections. The Imperial Edict and Tiger Tally were immediately sent to Silver Moon City. At the same time, the Dacian Celestial Empire announced to the world that Luyang of Gojoseon had rebelled. For a time, the people of Dacian were in an uproar. Jinmu of Silla was the commander-in-chief of Jinnan Day 1 and could mobilize all the military forces in Yongzhou, quelling the rebellion. While Emperor Liu Yang was quelling the civil unrest in Yingzhou, Jinmu of Silla also received an edict to form an army and prepare to quell the unrest. Yong Prefecture was at his disposal. In the palace of the Daing dynasty, Liu Yang looked coldly at the news from the front line. Jinmu of Silla. Takashi Ryushin. As expected, that old thing had planned this from the start and had Takashi Ryushin gather troops in Yongzhou. Takashi Ryushin has been in charge of Yongzhou for 15 years. The officials and generals of Yongzhou are all under his control. Now, with this imperial edict, it is perfectly justified. In less than 2 months, the Jinmu of Silla's army will gather at the border and begin to fight with Yingzhou. Emperor Liu Yang put down the battle report in his hand and said coldly. Therefore, Your Highness, we must straighten out everything in Yingzhou within 2 months. Mo Yike nodded. Ao Shun. Liu Yang looked at the dragon prince beside him. Here. Ao Shun stepped forward. I'll have to trouble you. The dragon tribe will go all out and be in charge of breaking the city. There are still 4 cities stubbornly resisting. Break the city first. Kill anyone who resists. Liu Yang said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Ao Shun replied. In the valley outside Lushan city of the Shen Lu dynasty, Lu Shushan looked at Huangfu Chaoga with a worried expression. Your Majesty, Liu Yang of Gojoseon's army has retreated. However, the Gengjin sect has committed some kind of insanity. They are actually waging war against our Shen Lu dynasty and leading an army to attack our cities. Lu Shushan said with a frown. The Gengjin sect's master is personally leading the sect's experts and an army of 15 million from 18 cities to attack our Shen Lu dynasty. Reports from the front line say that the Gengjin sect has completely shredded their alliance with our Shen Lu dynasty. Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Huangfu Chaoga fell into deep thought. Taking advantage of the situation? Mr. Huangfu, you think too little of him. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. These days, I've been flipping through the information you gave me. What did I see? Ha, this Gengjin sect should be Liu Yang of Gojoseon's hidden forces. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. Huangfu Chaoge was puzzled. The Gengjin sect has been established for 1,000 years. The foundation of the sect is a golem. This golem can be considered a spirit treasure, similar to our imperial seal. It is used to suppress the fate of a sect. According to the information I've seen, the Liu Yang of Gojoseon just happened to exterminate a demon tribe, the saber-toothed tiger tribe. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. Saber-toothed tiger tribe? That sounds familiar. Huangfu Chaoge nodded. Tiger demons are metal. The god of the saber-toothed tiger tribe should be the god of metal. After the god of metal's death, the Gengjin sect was established 300 years ago. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Secondly, the Liu Yang of Gojoseon sent troops to the Gengjin sect 3 times. According to the information you've seen, they were all insignificant battles. The Gengjin sect came out of nowhere and a group of experts appeared out of nowhere. They controlled 18 cities and were content with their own territory. They did not fight with the outside world and quietly developed on their own. Gu Hai said in a low voice. But this doesn't mean that it was the Liu Yang of Gojoseon's deployment. Lu Shirshan was puzzled. But it's been 1,000 years and the Liu Yang of Gojoseon's men have never visited the Gengjin sect. The elders of the Gengjin sect, except for Chu Chen, have never visited Yingzhou. Gu Hai said in a low voice. 1,000 years of no contact and 3 insignificant battles. Are they purposely trying to distance themselves? Huangfu Chaoge narrowed her eyes. The Gengjin sect is under the command of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Then if the Deng dynasty had the Gengjin sect, wouldn't they be able to attack the imperial dynasty? Lu Shirshan's expression changed. That's not all. Gu Hai shook his head and narrowed his eyes. There are 2 dynasties and 2 lower sects at the border of Yingzhou. Other than the Xinlu dynasty and the Gengjin sect, there is the Great Huang dynasty and the Greedy Wolf sect. According to my analysis, these 2 factions are also under the command of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. The Liu Yang of Gojoseon's thousands of years of accumulation is not just limited to Yingzhou. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Gengjin sect, the Greedy Wolf sect, and the Great Huang dynasty. They are all under the command of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Impossible. Lu Shirshan suddenly exclaimed. None of these 3 factions were weaker than the Xinlu dynasty, and they were all under the control of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. If all 3 factions attacked at the same time, how could the Xinlu dynasty withstand them? Isn't the Liu Yang of Gojoseon's faction too big? Huangfu Chaoge said in shock. Yes. Very big. The 3 factions together have about 80 cities, which is comparable to Yingzhou. If they merged with Yingzhou, the combined fate of the Liu Yang of Gojoseon would be an imperial emperor, the Great Ying dynasty. Unfortunately, he didn't merge, and the 3 factions are still in hiding. If not for the Gengjin sect's sudden attack, I wouldn't have thought about it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Liu Yang of Gojoseon really hid it well. Huangfu Chaoge said with a frown. Well? Now there is one that I haven't figured out. It's the south of your 4 factions. Gu Hai said with a frown. The Daewon Imperial Dynasty? Huangfu Chaoge's expression changed. That's right, the Daewon Imperial Dynasty. That's a colossus. Even if all 4 of you worked together, you wouldn't be a match for the Daewon Imperial Dynasty, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huangfu Chaoge said with a wry smile, that's the Imperial Dynasty of China. We're just a small country and a small sect. How can we compare to them? The Daewon Imperial Dynasty is extremely powerful. Our 4 factions are just sandwiched between the Daewon and the Qian. Could it be that the Daewon Imperial Dynasty is also Gu Hai shook his head and said, I don't have enough information right now, so I can't figure it out. I feel like he's related to the Luyang of Gojoseon, but it's definitely not the Luyang of Gojoseon's plan. He's like a hungry wolf waiting for a chance to kill with one strike. Oh. Huangfu Chaoge was startled. The main thing is that the Luyang of Gojoseon attacked the godly foothill imperial dynasty in the past, but these factions ignored it. It's too strange, so I had to link them together. Those three factions should be the property of the Luyang of Gojoseon, while the powerful Day One imperial dynasty is like a hungry wolf waiting for food, hiding and not attacking. Gu Hai said. If it's as you think, then it's indeed troublesome. Huangfu Chaoge said with a frown. I have another piece of evidence here, Gu Hai said. Oh. Daqianshan gave Jinmu of Silla full authority to deal with the Luyang of Gojoseon's rebellion. What did he give them? Gu Hai asked. Jinan Day One Commander. Lu Rock God said. Yes, Jinan Day One Commander. Why isn't Quelling Day One Commander, but Jinan Day One Commander? Jinan? We're in the southeast of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Jinan, guarding the south. Suppressing the south. Or suppressing the south. Gu Hai said. You mean, it's not just the Luyang of Gojoseon's rebellion, but also. Lu Rock God said in shock. At the level of the Great Qian Dynasty's sacred lord, every name and every title has to be carefully worded. Jinan Day One Commander. Ha! So be it. Right now, we are facing a war from the Zhengmetal sect, Gu Hai said sullenly. Yes, the Gengjin sect has many masters and 18 cities. This time, 15 million soldiers are coming. It's troublesome. Also, the Great Huang Dynasty and the Greedy Wolf sect are all under Luyang of Gojoseon's command. Will they? Huangfu Chaoge fell into deep thought. Actually, it's not difficult to deal with the Gengjin sect's attack. Gu Hai smiled. Oh. You have to hit where it hurts. Just kill them with one blow. Gu Hai said coldly. How? Huangfu Chaoge was confused. If you fight with a snake, you might be bitten. Now, it's up to Mr. Huangfu to see if you dare to fight with all your might. If you lose, you'll be bitten by the snake and the Xinlu dynasty will suffer great losses. If you win, you'll kill the snake with one blow. It'll be a battle of life and death. I wonder if you dare to gamble. Gu Hai said with a smile. How is it possible to destroy the Gengjin sect in one blow? Lu Rock God said in disbelief. Gu Hai stared at Huangfu Chaoge. Mr. Huangfu, the Xinlu dynasty is in danger now. There are hungry wolves everywhere. If this drags on, it won't just be the Gengjin sect, but a pack of wolves. We won't have a chance. Since the Gengjin sect dares to come, we'll hit where it hurts. I can set up a super formation and kill them all in one blow. Super formation? Yes, the 29-line heavens formation. It requires a huge amount of spiritual stones. It's so huge that you have at least 2 billion spiritual stones in your entire treasury. Are you willing to gamble? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with battle intent. Chapter 256. Xinlu Dynasty, Tianhe City. Tianhe City was located at the border between the Xinlu Dynasty and the Gengjin sect. It was a city filled with peace and harmony. However, the area outside Tianhe City was a mess. Countless corpses were strewn everywhere. It was a bleak and desolate scene after a great battle. A large number of golden-armored soldiers guarded the entrance of the city. Chu Chen, the Gengjin sect master, and a group of Gengjin sect experts led the army and killed their way into the city. They reached the city lord manor and completely took over Tianhe City. Standing on the floating island of the city lord manor, the Gengjin sect master looked at the countless corpses with a gloomy expression. Blood flowed like a river in this battle. There were countless casualties. The Gengjin sect master's expression turned cold as he stepped on the floating island covered in blood and looked at the billowing smoke in the city. Sect master, we have completely taken over Tianhe city. It took 1.5 months. We brought 15 million soldiers, but 3 million died in this 1.5 months before we breached the city gates. Huangfu Chaoga's subjects are too loyal and supportive. Aside from the soldiers defending the city, the citizens also resisted with all their might. 3 million died, 2 million were heavily injured, and 800 generals died. 18 of the Yuanying state elders also died, a disciple reported with an unsightly expression. No wonder Emperor Liu Yang had such a hard time taking over the city. The Xinlu dynasty's cities are actually so hard to take, the Gengjin sect master said with an unsightly expression. Chu Chen frowned and said, Sect master, it has been 1.5 months, but Huangfu Chaoga still hasn't sent reinforcements. More importantly, we paid such a price to take over one city. What should we do next? Gu Hai is definitely in Xinlu city. However, if we want to take over Xinlu city, we need to uproot all the cities in the Xinlu dynasty and deprive them of providence. Naturally, we have to continue taking over the city. The Gengjin sect master said coldly. Emperor Liu Yang has already taken over 9 cities in the Xinlu dynasty. Without us, the Xinlu dynasty still has 15 cities. Our military strength. Chu Chen said worriedly. Gengjin sect master's eyes turned frosty. There are some things that Emperor Liu Yang is not suitable for, but there is no harm in us doing them. As long as this was done, the rest of the siege would be a piece of cake. He can also help us find Gu Hai. Oh. Chu Chen was slightly taken aback. Massacre the entire city. Gengjin sect master said coldly. What? Massacre the city? The surrounding Gengjin sect disciples exclaimed in shock. That's right. Tianhe city. Didn't the common people support the Xinlu dynasty? Once the grand formation in the city is repaired, no one will be able to escape. Everyone will be killed, and no one will be spared. Gengjin sect master said coldly. There are nearly 100 million people here. Sect master, you mustn't do that. There are many innocent people here. Killing 100 million people goes against the harmony of the heavens. The expression of one of the generals changed. Gengjin sect leader threw a cold glance at the general and said, harming the peace of heaven? So what if he slaughtered Tianhe? General Zhang, you are just a general in one of the cities controlled by my sect. The decision of the Gengjin sect is not for you to interfere. Ah. But, sect master wants to massacre the entire city. How many old people, children, and women are innocent? Are we going to kill them all? General Zhang's expression changed drastically. Chu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wonderful, sect master, using the massacre of one city to intimidate the other cities. When the time comes, who will dare to resist when our army arrives? At that time, it will be much easier to take down the city. Moreover, we can put the blame on Gu Hai and say that as long as Huangfu Chaoga hands over Gu Hai, we will retreat. Any city that resists will be massacred. Yes, let the Xinlu dynasty's people help us find Gu Hai. Kill. An elder's eyes lit up. If we slaughter one city, the next city will be easy to take down. If there is still resistance, we will slaughter another city. Who dares to resist? Another elder said excitedly. Inform the entire army to kill to their heart's content. After we gather all the treasures in the city, we will take half and reward the 3 armies, Gengjin sect master said coldly. Yes. The group of elders said excitedly. I know a mansion. There are treasures there. Kill them all. They are all ours. Ha ha ha. I can't wait anymore. Sect master is so generous. The group of Gengjin sect disciples was very excited. General Zhang's eyes widened. You're crazy. That's 100 million surrendered soldiers and soldiers. They can't resist anymore. You're supporting all of them. Gungjin sect, why are you doing this? Where are the old, the women, and the children? Kill them all. Kill them all. The Gungjin sect disciples looked at General Zhang coldly. Demons, you are a bunch of demons. Gungjin sect. Are they all demon dens? I don't want to work for you demons. You killed the innocent and massacred 100 million people. Old people, children, and women, you won't let anyone go. I resign. I won't do it. General Zhang immediately took off his military cap. He was about to leave. Hiss. Abruptly, Chu Chen appeared behind him and pierced through his heart with his sword. Huh? You. General Zhang turned around and spat out blood. He looked at Chu Chen in horror. You overestimate yourself. Chu Chen snorted. Pang. The long sword in his hand trembled and a large amount of sword chi instantly shredded General Zhang's body. Demons, the people of Gungjin's sect are all demons. General Zhang closed his eyes and no longer made a sound. General Zhang was dead. Gungjin sect's massacre policy began. The formation in the city was activated. No one could escape. The formation was used by Gungjin sect to massacre the entire city. In an instant, Tianhe city was flooded with blood. Corpses were everywhere and chaos ensued. No, my son. Don't kill my son. Ah, I will kill you. Mother, don't kill my mother. My daughter. You are a group of beasts. You raped and killed my daughter. I will kill you all. God, Tianhe city has always been kind to people. How did it become hell? Ah! Demons, you are all demons. Thick smoke billowed and the massacre happened everywhere. The people no longer had the strength to resist. The army of millions slaughtered with all their might. Blood flowed everywhere. It was hell on earth. Ha 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 ha. This is mine. What a treasure. This storage treasure, I want it. Beauty, you can't escape. Ha 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 ha. On one side was hell on earth. On the other side was Gungjin sect's Schadenfreude. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. After 10 days of massacre, the entire Tianhe city became a dead city. The news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread to all the major cities in the Xinlu dynasty. Gungjin sect massacred hundreds of millions of people, not leaving a single one alive. The bloody scene shocked the entire Xinlu dynasty. How did this happen? Those demons, my third uncle is in Tianhe city. My son is in Tianhe city too. My wife and daughter are in Tianhe city too. No. Sorrowful cries came from all around the Xinlu dynasty. As for the so-called invasion because of Gu Hai, the people only remembered it. Not only were they not afraid, but they were also filled with hatred. After massacring Tianhe city, Gungjin sect's army advanced again and slowly gathered at the next city. Qinglu city. Dong! 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 The war drums sounded, and the siege began. Sect master, something's not right. Qinglu city doesn't seem to be scared. More people are helping to protect the city. Chu Chen's face sank. It's fine. Everything will be fine after we break the city. Do they still have hope? It's hopeless. Gungjin sect master said coldly. 10 days later, Qinglu city was still not broken. Chu Chen frowned and said, Sect master, news came from the front lines. The cities around the Xinlu dynasty organized reinforcements and came to rescue Qinglu city. Moreover, countless people took the initiative to participate and surrounded us. They will arrive in a month at most. A month is enough. Qinglu city will be broken by then. They are just a pile of loose sand. Let's see if they have the guts to come again. Gungjin sect master said solemnly. Yes. Is there news from Huangfu Chaoga? Gungjin sect master asked. No, it's very strange. Huangfu Chaoga hasn't issued any orders during this time. She should know about the news of us massacring the city, but she hasn't responded. Is she afraid? Chu Chen sneered. Gungjin sect master narrowed his eyes and said, continue to spread the news. If they don't hand over Gu Hai, we will attack the city for a day. Yes. Gungjin sect headquarters. The Gungjin sect headquarters was surrounded by 100,000 mountains. Outside were 3 cities attached to it. In a manor in one of the cities. Pa! Huangfu Chaoga smashed the chair beside her. Gungjin sect master, old man, how dare you massacre my Tianhe city? Huangfu Chaoga said with grief and anger. Lu Shishan lowered his head and sighed, massacre the city. This is an unjust army. They really dare. Mr. Good, when will your array be ready? I'm going to massacre the Gungjin sect and leave no one alive. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai with grief and anger. Gu Hai looked at the 100,000 mountains in the distance and said, it's done. You have so many spirit stones in your treasury. Although you can't break the Gungjin sect guarding mountain formation, you can destroy it. Since you want to, then let's begin. Gu Hai took out a red flag and raised it. In the distance, one of Huangfu Chaoga's trusted aides saw Gu Hai raise the flag and immediately understood that it was time to start the array. Boom! Suddenly, a white fog rushed into the sky from a corner of the 100,000 mountains. It seemed to form a white fog dragon that rushed into the sky. The people in the surrounding cities were curious. Boom! 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 Surrounding the 100,000 mountains, the white fog rushed into the sky like a huge cage that surrounded the entire 100,000 mountains. What is that? The people in the surrounding cities looked at the sky in surprise. They saw the white fog rushing into the sky and slowly gathering at the highest point. Boom! In an instant, the sky was clear and all the clouds were sucked into the huge cage. The entire 100,000 mountains, including the Sea of Providence clouds in the sky, was enveloped in it. Hiss! This is a formation. What formation? It's so huge that it envelopes the entire Gungjin sect's headquarters. Countless people were shocked. In the Gungjin sect, there was still a large number of disciples guarding the place. When they saw the outside world suddenly being enveloped in white fog, they all widened their eyes. How dare you act so presumptuously in the Gungjin sect? An expert of the Gungjin sect rushed into the sky. He held a golden sword in his hand and coldly looked at the fog. Near him, the clouds and mist suddenly churned, as if they were condensing into people made of clouds and mist. Accompanied by a loud shout, thousands of people in the fog suddenly swung their long swords at the expert of the Gungjin sect. The heavens will not let down those who work hard. 3,000 Yujia can swallow Wu. Rumble. 3,000 long swords in the fog slashed out, covering the sky and earth, toward the expert of the Gungjin sect. Competing in the sword in my Gungjin sect? The last person who came to provoke me had his bones and flesh cut off by me. He was tortured to death. Humph. The expert of the Gungjin sect shouted and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden sword chi. I am Go Jian. 3,000 Yujia, slash. A cloud beast general appeared in the fog. With a command, 3,000 cloud beast soldiers slashed out with their swords. The 3,000 Yujia swords collided with the expert's sword chi. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The expert's sword chi suddenly exploded, and the 3,000 Yujia swords slashed his body. Boom! The expert of the Gungjin sect instantly exploded. Chapter 257. The 29-line Earth's formation. To be more precise, it was the 29-line Earth's formation. It was already beyond the scope of an ordinary formation. Gu Hai had never set one up before. It wasn't because he didn't have the ability, but because he didn't have enough money. The number one zither building on this street was a gold-swallowing divine beast. However, the money it earned during this time was only a small portion of Silvermoon City's revenue. This time, it used up all the spirit stones in the Divine Foothill Dynasty's treasury. It was equivalent to 25 times Silvermoon City's revenue. Moreover, it was accumulated over hundreds of years. This time, it was all used up. Only then could they barely set up the 29-line Earth's formation. Huangfu Chaoga, Gu Hai, Lu Rakshan, and the others entered the formation. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes flashed with shock as she looked at the massive array. 2 billion upper-grade spirit stones just to set up this array. That's right. Unfortunately, you don't have enough spirit stones. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Gu Hai shook his head. Huangfu Chaoga was speechless. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones was too little. Those were high-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to 20 trillion low-grade spirit stones. You've used up the Divine Foothill Dynasty's treasury in one go. I want to see how capable your formation is. Lu Rakshan said with some reluctance. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones was the Divine Foothill Dynasty's entire accumulation over hundreds of years. Moreover, it used up all the military funds, city construction, official salaries, and city maintenance costs. Almost everything was used up. Just as Gu Hai said, they had to fight with everything they had. If they couldn't succeed, the Divine Foothill Dynasty would be finished. Just watch. My formation won't disappoint you. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confidence. The moment everyone entered the cloudy ritual array, Gu Hai flipped his hand, and a dragon cloud beast immediately appeared in the clouds. Everyone stepped onto it. Roar! The cloud dragon let out a roar and led everyone to the center of the formation. Bastard, how dare you act presumptuously in my Jengmetal sect? Break! Beams of golden light soared into the sky. One expert after another charged out from the Jengmetal sect. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 Gengjin sect disciples rushed out. Golden light shone and 10,000 swords soared into the sky. Although the first Song sect on 9-5 Island was considered a lesser sect, they were not even fit to lick the shoes of the Gengjin sect. A large number of experts had gone out to fight the Divine Lu Imperial Court, while the sect remained behind to guard. Just a casual trip out would have 100,000 disciples. However, there were too many cloud beasts in the grand formation. I am Xiang Yu, the son of Jiangdong. Follow me and kill. I am Lu Bu, formation breaker, follow me and kill. I am Go Jian. 3,000 Yu Jia, follow me and kill. I am Chao Chao. Ferocious cavalry, charge with me. A ritual array formed by 2 billion superior-grade martial emperors possessed extraordinary might. The many cloud beasts fought ferociously under the Go Dao ritual array. They could not be killed, but they revived. Immediately, the disciples of the Gengjin sect who had rushed out were killed without leaving a single one behind. They turned around and fled in terror. 100,000 Gengjin sect disciples. However, at this moment, there was an army of 1,000,000 cloud beasts. Each of them was a ruthless character. An elite of the Divine Foothill Dynasty stood at the head of each cloud beast. They commanded the cloud beasts to kill with all their might. Quick! Quick! Close the ritual array and wait for the sect master to return. Quick! Activate the protective ritual array and wait for the sect master to return. The surviving Gengjin sect disciples fled in horror. Buzz! Suddenly, strands of sword chi appeared outside the 100,000 great peaks. The sword chi circled around, forming a super ritual array that encased the Gengjin sect. In the blink of an eye, less than 10,000 of the 100,000 disciples remained. The other Gengjin sect disciples showed horrified expressions. Huangfu Chaoga. Look! It's Huangfu Chaoga. Oh no! The sect master went to attack the divine Lu imperial court, but Huangfu Chaoga created a diversion and came to my Gengjin sect? What should we do now? We just have to defend to the death and wait for the sect master to return. Let them come but not return. No one can survive. They all have to die. Inside the Gengjin sect, the various sect disciples showed ferocious expressions as they looked at the cloud beasts outside the ritual array. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled. The cloud beast, Xiangyu, chopped down with its halberd. Boom! Suddenly, the Gengjin sect's ritual array shook, but it didn't break in the end. Break! The cloud beast army attacked together. Rumble! The ritual array shook again, but it still didn't break. Ha ha ha, they can't break it. Wait for death. When the sect master returns, none of them can escape. A Gengjin sect disciple sneered. At the side, Lu Shirshan looked at Gu Hai anxiously and said, "This is your ritual array? It can't break the Gengjin sect's ritual array. Then what about the 2 billion high-grade spirit stones?" Gaochen. Gu Hai ignored him and called out. "Here." The North Star immediately rode a donkey cloud beast and ran over excitedly. "During the battle, you broke the sound barrier, right?" Gu Hai asked. "Master, don't worry, I definitely broke it. I'm an expert in this field." Gaochen said excitedly. "Alright, set up a sound barrier for all of us so that we can't hear you. Then, sing for the Gengjin sect disciples." Gu Hai instructed. "Sing." When Lu Shirshan heard Gu Hai's words, he was puzzled at first, but when he looked at Gaochen, his body trembled and he didn't say anything. "Master, I recently composed a few nice songs. Are you sure you don't want to listen?" Gaochen said with a regretful expression. "Cut the crap. Hurry up." Gu Hai said coldly. "Oh, okay. That's a pity." Gaochen said with a regretful expression. Gu Hai said with a look of disdain. Gaochen waved his hand. Wang. Suddenly, within the 29-line heavens formation, Gu Hai, Huangfu Zhaoge, Lu Shirshan, and the soldiers of the Xinlu dynasty who were controlling the cloud beasts could no longer hear Gaochen's voice. Instead, they saw Gaochen riding the cloud beast and slowly arriving at the center of the Gengjin sect. He waved his hand. Wang. Suddenly, a gigantic zither appeared in the air. It was the heavenly zither. "Next, I, Gaochen, will sing a song that I'm proud of, Little Radish." Gaochen coughed and said loudly. Through the heavenly zither, his voice instantly filled every corner of the Gengjin sect. Countless Gengjin sect disciples looked at Gaochen blankly. Is that guy stupid? Singing? Little Radish? Is he an idiot? Why sing? Is Huangfu Zhaoge crazy? Did they send a singer to sing their funeral song? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Below, the mocking voices of the Gengjin sect disciples could be heard. Gu Hai showed a look of pity. Lu Rakshan subconsciously took a step back. Huangfu Zhaoge was confused. Was Gaochen's voice that good? Huangfu Zhaoge looked from afar and saw Gaochen start to sing. From the shape of his mouth, it seemed that he had just sung the first line. The Gengjin sect disciples below laughed mockingly. Suddenly, their faces froze and they looked at Gaochen as if they had constipation. Gaochen continued to sing. Although they did not know what he was singing, it seemed to have an effect. The Gengjin sect disciples below became more and more stiff. Many of them showed a frightened expression. A large number of Gengjin sect disciples quickly covered their ears. They opened their mouths and seemed to be cursing at Gaochen. Gaochen, on the other hand, was so intoxicated by the song that he forgot himself. His left hand covered his chest and his right hand waved. His eyes were filled with intoxication. Tears welled up in her eyes as she was moved. He was a good singer with boundless love for his singing career. However, why did the group of Gengjin sect disciples below all reveal a terrified expression? No, no, quick, quick, where's the sound barrier? Where's the sound barrier? I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. The sound barrier is all broken, why, no. Do you want me to die? It's so King awful, help. No, True Yuan can't seal the ears. The sound is too penetrative, it seems to have penetrated my soul. Bastard, stop singing, I'll kill you, stop singing. Countless Gengjin sect disciples were roaring in fear. Huangfu Zhaoge and the elites of the Xinlu dynasty could not understand what was going on. Didn't the Gengjin sect disciples just listen to a song? They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. That was because they used too much True Yuan to seal their 5 senses, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. Finally, a Gengjin sect disciple could not bear it anymore. *CK, go all out, bastard, die for me. A Gengjin sect disciple suddenly rushed out of the protective formation and charged at Gaochen with a long sword. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled. A Xiang Yu cloud beast suddenly rushed out and slashed with the halberd. Boom! The Gengjin sect disciple was immediately cut in half. Even so, the Gengjin sect disciples still rushed out one after another. They charged at Gaochen with no regard for their lives. Immediately, the battle that had just stopped started again. The Gengjin sect disciples rushed forward one after another. Those who could jump on jumped on. Those who could fly on flew on. There were also flying boats and cranes that soared into the sky and charged at Gaochen. The army of 1,000,000 cloud beasts rushed forward. A fierce battle broke out. Ah! Ah! Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Compared to the cloud beasts, the Gengjin sect disciples were still somewhat unaware. Pa! When a Gengjin sect disciple fell to the ground, he said, I finally don't have to listen to such a horrible song anymore. After that, he took his last breath. In the blink of an eye, another 300,000 Gengjin sect disciples had fallen. It's over, it's over. Gengjin God, save me, save me. The surviving Gengjin sect disciples ran toward a valley. Wang! Suddenly, rays of dazzling golden sword chi shot out from the valley. Boom! The sword chi soared into the sky and instantly pushed the 1,000,000 cloud beasts back. Gengjin luck, follow my command. People of the Gengjin sect, chant, immeasurable Gengjin, and lend me your strength to resist the attack. A voice came from the valley. Rumble. The Gengjin sect's luck suddenly surged and the voice instantly spread through the luck sea to all the disciples of the Gengjin sect and the 18 cities of the Gengjin sect. In an instant, all the people of the 18 cities of the Gengjin sect heard the voice. Countless people opened their mouths and chanted immeasurable Gengjin. Whoosh! All of a sudden, he felt as if all of his energy had been sucked out of him, and he was sucked into the sea of providence. The power of the people from the 18 cities continued to gather in the Sea of Providence, and then rushed into the valley where the sword chi was shooting out. Rumble. Surging energy poured in, and a powerful burst of energy erupted, causing the entire valley to tremble. Mobilize the power of the world. Is it similar to the power you used to deal with Ao Shun? The Yuanying state used its power to defeat the experts of Kaitian Palace? Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Zhaoge and asked. Not bad. Huangfu Zhaoge said with an ugly expression. But, isn't it only possible for the ruler of a country or the leader of a sect to mobilize it? Sect Master Gengjin is currently in the Divine Foothill Imperial Court. Gu Hai said with a frown. This is the founding treasure of the Gengjin sect, similar to our imperial seal. However, it actually had intelligence. This is troublesome. Huangfu Zhaoge's face darkened. Boom! 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 A massive creature slowly walked out of the valley. It was a golden tiger. The tiger had a pair of fangs that were like two giant swords, and the fur on its back was in the shape of swords. With every step he took, the earth trembled. Saber-toothed tiger. The golden deity. He had been refined into a puppet. Guarding the Gungjin sect. No wonder the Gungjin sect master dared to mobilize all of his forces. He has the saber-toothed tiger guarding him. This place is absolutely safe. Huangfu Chaoga's expression changed. It's over. This saber-toothed tiger even mobilized the power of a sect. Although it's not as strong as the emperor, it's definitely enough to open up the heavenly palace. I'm not a match. Gu Hai, can your grand array withstand it? Lu Rokshan said anxiously. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger suddenly roared. Boom. Suddenly, a tornado appeared around him and soared into the sky. The tornado was formed by golden sword chi. It was very powerful and soared into the sky. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. 3000 Transcendence Armor, slash. Ferocious Cavalry, kill. Capture Barracks, kill. The 1,000,000 cloud beasts roared and charged forward. The tornado swept over. Billions of sword chi rushed toward the 1,000,000 cloud beasts. Boom! With a loud sound, the 1,000,000 cloud beasts were sent flying. Under the onslaught of sword chi, they were forced to retreat. Ah! Your Majesty, we can't hold on any longer. We can't hold on any longer. The elites of the Xinlu dynasty screamed in horror. Master, save me. The North Star Polaris was also running away on his donkey. Saber-toothed tiger, kill them. Kill them. The Gungjin sect disciples suddenly roared. The saber-toothed tiger revealed a ferocious expression and roared again. Roar. The tornado of sword chi burst out with a loud bang. Boom. The 1,000,000 cloud beasts instantly exploded. They were instantly shattered. Ah! Ah! The elites of the Xinlu dynasty fell from the sky. Whoosh! Under Gu Hai's control, clouds suddenly appeared in the surroundings, supporting everyone. The power of opening the heavenly palace. It's definitely the power of opening the heavenly palace. It's over. Are we going to return empty-handed? Lu Rokshan said anxiously. Again. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Buzz. 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 Suddenly, the clouds in the formation churned as if another cloud beast was about to form. Mr. Good, are your cloud beasts still useful? The saber-toothed tiger mobilized the power of 1.8 billion people. No, even if it's not the power of all the people, it still has the power of a few 100 million people. Your 1,000,000 cloud beasts were all defeated in one go. What else can you form? Lu Rokshan said anxiously. It has the energy of hundreds of millions of ordinary people. This ritual array of mine has 2 billion superior grade spirit stones. Gu Hai snorted coldly as he leaped into the distance, heading for the place where the cloud beasts were about to appear. Buzz! As Gu Hai jumped, the cloud beast became clearer and clearer. Gradually, a swordsman cloud beast appeared. I've been roaming the world for more than 30 years. I've killed all my enemies and defeated all my heroes. I have no choice but to live in seclusion in a deep valley with eagles as my friends. Alas, I've been looking for an enemy all my life, but I can't find one. How lonely. The cloud beast swordsman sighed and slowly formed a clear human figure. It was an old man in plain clothes, but he exuded a domineering aura. The old man took a step forward. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. If one were to look carefully, they wouldn't be clouds. Instead, they were a dense sea of sword chi that surged endlessly. It was as if the heavens were pressing down. Gu Hai stood on top of the cloud beast and imitated the intent realm of the swordsman. Boom! With every step the swordsman took, the sea of sword chi in the sky thickened. A storm of sword chi raged in the surroundings with a destructive power. The powerful aura of the swordsman forced the disciples of the Genjin sect to lower their heads in fear. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? Why is the aura of the swordsmanship so violent? It's on par with the sword chi of the saber-toothed tiger. How is this possible? What is this? The disciples of the Genjin sect exclaimed as they looked at the cloud beast controlled by Gu Hai. This is... Huangfu Chaoga's expression changed. Is this also the aura of the open heaven palace? This formation is so powerful. Lu Rishan exclaimed. Of course, that's my master. Gaochen said proudly. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger was surrounded by golden sword chi as if it had met its opponent. It roared, sword intent soaring to the sky and a demon wreaking havoc. Who are you? I am the sword demon, Duguchilbai. Chapter 258. I am the sword demon, Duguchilbai. The swordsman cloud beast said coldly. As it spoke, its tone was arrogant as it looked down coldly. All the disciples of the Genjin sect who were able to meet Duguchilbai's gaze felt a terrifying sword intent rush into their hearts. All of a sudden, countless disciples of the Genjin sect were unable to move as fear filled their faces. What a terrifying sword intent! Lu Rakshan said in shock. Duguchilbai. Is there such a person in the world? What a domineering name. Huangfu Chaoga said in shock. Roar. Genjin sword chi, the saber-toothed tiger roared as its eyes turned cold. As it roared, the storm of golden sword chi around its body suddenly shot up into the sky. The golden sword chi carried an indomitable might. The millions of golden sword chi came wave after wave, incomparably sharp and unparalleled. Wherever the golden sword chi passed, countless white sword chi surrounded Duguchilbai. Pang! When the golden and white sword chi collided, the white sword chi was instantly cut in half and continued to fly up into the sky. Wherever it passed, the golden sword chi was unstoppable. Although there were many white sword chi, they were all cut into pieces. It seemed that the white sword chi was about to be defeated. Genjin sword chi, the pure metal element of sword chi. It surpasses countless sword chi. Is this Duguchilbai just for show? Lu Rakshan said anxiously. Ha ha ha, so weak. Countless disciples of the Genjin sect laughed ferociously. Only the saber-toothed tiger looked solemn. Others were looking at the sword chi, but the saber-toothed tiger was looking at the sword intent. Although Duguchilbai's white sword chi was easily cut in half, the saber-toothed tiger could feel a sword intent that was several times stronger than its own. Moreover, the white sword chi that was cut in half was only a small part. There was still a sea of sword chi in the sky that seemed to contain a destructive aura. Duguchilbai looked coldly at the saber-toothed tiger in the distance and sneered. The saber-toothed tiger looked at that sneer with disdain. Breaking sword style. Duguchilbai shouted coldly. He didn't even pull out his longsword. Instead, he shouted coldly. The scattered white sword chi suddenly seemed to be organized. They all faced the golden sword chi. Ding! The golden sword chi at the very front collided with the white sword chi. However, this time, it was the tip of the sword instead of the body of the sword. Sword tip against sword tip. At that moment, the golden sword chi suddenly paused. Clink 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 clink. It wasn't just the golden sword chi at the very front. Almost in an instant, all the golden sword chi were blocked by the white sword chi. Coincidentally, the millions of golden sword chis were all stopped by the white sword chis. To others, it was only a momentary pause. However, to the saber-toothed tiger, it was as if time had stopped. All of its sword chi had been frozen in an instant. Amidst the millions of frozen sword chis, a white sword chi suddenly shot out from the sword chis. It was too fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. That weak white sword energy arrived in front of the saber-toothed tiger in an instant. It was too fast, so fast that no one saw it. Only the saber-toothed tiger saw it clearly. In that instant, all of his sword chi froze in place, while the opponent's white sword chi slashed towards him at an unimaginable speed. It was too fast, so fast that the saber-toothed tiger didn't even have time to react. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger roared in grief and indignation. Boom! The saber-toothed tiger was sent flying, and its tail was cut off. Bang! The golden sword chi in the sky exploded, and the saber-toothed tiger was sent flying towards a mountain. Rumble! The mountain collapsed. The saber-toothed tiger's tail fell from the sky. Everyone gasped. All they saw was Duguchilbai yelling, sword-breaking technique. The millions of golden sword chi paused, and the saber-toothed tiger was sent flying, its tail cut off. How is that possible? Countless disciples of the Genjin sect exclaimed. Lu's stone god rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No, the defensive formation is useless against Duguchilbai. He can attack the saber-toothed tiger in the formation. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes lit up. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Huangfu Chaoga's words. Indeed, the defensive formation couldn't stop Duguchilbai at all. Tail, my tail! Roar! The saber-toothed tiger's roar came from the ruins of the mountain. It broke through countless rocks and jumped out. The saber-toothed tiger roared at Duguchilbai, but Duguchilbai waved his hand lightly. A terrifying pressure was directed at the saber-toothed tiger. The sea of sword chi in the sky slowly condensed into a giant sword that was 10,000 feet long. The giant sword was black in color and emitted a terrifying aura. It pressed down on the formation below and faced the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger's eyelids twitched. What's that sword? 10,000 feet long? Is it a staff? Lu's stone god exclaimed. An unsealed sword. It looks like a black iron sword. Huangfu Chaoga was also puzzled. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Duguchilbai shouted. As he spoke, the black sword that was 10,000 feet long slashed down. Oh no, he's going to break the formation. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger leaped into the sky. Whiz! A golden sword energy that was 10,000 feet long appeared around it and went up to meet the attack. The golden sword energy and the black iron heavy sword collided at the mountain guarding formation. With a deafening explosion, the golden sword aura was shattered. The mountain guarding formation exploded with a loud bang. Hong! The mountain guarding formation exploded, and the 100,000 mountains trembled violently. Poof! Poof! The powerful tremors caused countless Genjin sect disciples to spit out blood. The black iron heavy sword stabbed into the ground like a huge mountain. It pinned the saber-toothed tiger into the ground and suppressed him. Hiss! Lu's stone god looked at the black iron heavy sword in shock. No, I won't lose. I'm the golden deity. I've mobilized the power of an entire sect. How can I lose to you in terms of sword Dao? Break! The saber-toothed tiger's voice suddenly came from underground. Under the powerful impact, the black iron heavy sword shook as if it had used all its strength. Boom! In the end, Kai Tian Palace attacked with all its might. The black iron heavy sword and the 18 mountains around it exploded. Shattered rocks flew in all directions, and the 100,000 mountains was instantly turned into a mess. Arg! Countless Genjin sect disciples were affected and cried out in pain. When the black iron heavy sword shattered, the saber-toothed tiger turned into a ray of sword light with the power of hatred. It seemed like he was going to charge out from underground. Duguchilbai's expression was still cold. It's just a piece of spiritual iron. You're the golden deity, not the sword deity. Sword, you don't understand swords. Old man, How dare you say I don't understand swords? I'll tear you apart. The saber-toothed tiger roared and was about to charge out. Sword? Do you think only metal is a sword? As long as you have enough sword intent, anything can be used as a sword. Duguchobai snorted. As he spoke, the ground below suddenly trembled. Boom! Suddenly, a huge stone sword emerged from the ground and charged at the saber-toothed tiger. What? The saber-toothed tiger's expression changed. Boom! The huge stone sword knocked the saber-toothed tiger back. The saber-toothed tiger quickly retreated. Boom! 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 On the ground, many sword-shaped peaks, either vertically or horizontally, shot out from the ground and struck the saber-toothed tiger again and again. All the surrounding cultivators stared with wide eyes. Using the earth as a sword? Mountains, rivers, grass, and trees could all be used as swords. Then, wouldn't Duguchilbai's swords be endless? Everything could be used as a sword, no matter where one's thoughts reached. No, 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 no. The saber-toothed tiger shrieked in horror. TSS 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 TSS. Suddenly, 10 giant swords pierced through the saber-toothed tiger's body and nailed it to a mountain. The saber-toothed tiger was unable to move. It widened its eyes in dissatisfaction. How can you have such a strong sword intent? Put me down, I want to fight you again. The saber-toothed tiger glared and roared. Duguchilbai looked coldly at the saber-toothed tiger and sneered, "You are not worthy of my sword." The saber-toothed tiger was nailed to the mountain. It was a complete defeat. At this time, everyone finally realized that Duguchilbai was still holding a sword in his hand. He hadn't unsheathed it even until now. How strong was Duguchilbai's swordsmanship? Not only were the spectators shocked, even Gu Hai was astonished. Although he had condensed Duguchilbai, he had only displayed the invincible will of Duguchilbai in his heart. However, this 29-line pair heavens and earth great formation was using power to display Duguchilbai's aura and arrogance. Boom! Under Gu Hai's control, Duguchilbai exploded. Master, Duguchilbai has gone crazy. I can't help but want to sing a few songs for him. Why did you make him disappear? Gaochin shouted. Gu Hai rolled his eyes and ignored him. You only know that Duguchilbai is strong, but do you know that he is even better at spending money? In just a short while, he had spent at least 800 million upper-grade spirit stones. 800 million upper-grade spirit stones was 8 trillion lower-grade spirit stones. If you insist, are you going to give me money? The defensive formation has been broken. The saber-toothed tiger has been defeated. It's up to you now. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Rumble. More cloud beasts appeared in the surroundings. Xiang Yu, Chao Chao, Go Jian, Lu Bu, and the others. An army of 1,000,000 cloud beasts appeared again. The elites of the Xinlu dynasty immediately controlled their cloud beasts and said respectfully to Gu Hai, "Yes, Mr. Good." Just now, Duguchilbai had already won the hearts of the elites. This Mr. Gu's array was too powerful. I am Xiang Yu, the son of Jiangdong. Follow me and kill. I am Go Jian, the 3,000 Yujia soldiers. Follow me and kill. 1,000,000 cloud beasts charged toward the Golden Armor sect. Qinglu City. The Gengjin sect leader led the army to attack the city. After more than half a month, Qinglu City was about to be breached. However, this battle was too difficult. It was even more tragic than Tianhe City. Countless corpses piled up like mountains. At least 3 million people died. More than a dozen elders also died. Chu Qin said with an ugly expression. The city will be breached soon. They won't be able to hold on much longer. At most, we'll be able to breach the city by tomorrow. After that, we'll slaughter everyone in the city. The Gengjin sect leader said coldly. Yes. The Gungjin sect elites said with a fierce expression. The expression of the Gungjin sect leader suddenly changed. What's wrong, sect leader? Chu Chen asked in confusion. The saber-toothed tiger mobilized the power of the world. Did something happen to the headquarters? The Gungjin sect leader said with an ugly expression. I also heard the saber-toothed tiger's voice. It came from the Sea of Providence. What happened? Chu Chen's expression changed. The surrounding Gungjin sect disciples were also surprised when they heard the saber-toothed tiger's voice. Huangfu Chaoga. I was wondering why there was no news of him recently. He actually went straight to the Gungjin sect. The Gungjin sect leader said in surprise. Huh? Sect leader, what should we do now? With the saber-toothed tiger and mobilized the power of the world, Huangfu Chaoga is definitely not a match for him. Continue attacking the city, continue, and speed up the process. The Gungjin sect leader said coldly. Yes. Everyone answered. The siege continued. However, not long after. The Gungjin sect leader's expression changed. Sect leader, what did you sense this time? No, the saber-toothed tiger lost and is on the verge of death. How is that possible? How is that possible? The Gungjin sect leader exclaimed. Chapter 259. Xinlu Dynasty, Qinglu City. The Qinglu city lord was covered in blood. He stood on the city tower and looked at the shouts of killing below. He had a sorrowful expression on his face. Countless corpses were strewn all over the city tower. City master, there are more and more cracks on the defensive formation. More and more arrows and poisonous fog are shooting in. The soldiers defending the city have suffered a large number of casualties. The civilians defending the city are even more. A young general said anxiously. The grand formation of Qinglu city was in front of him. Although the grand formation could repair itself, countless cracks still appeared. No one could pass through the cracks, but the sharpshooter's arrows quickly shot in through the cracks. Poisonous fog entered through the cracks, and countless people died. The soldiers defending the city could attack from the outside. 3 million soldiers died outside, but 1 million soldiers died in the city. The number of people who died was uncountable. We can't hold on any longer. The grand formation will break tomorrow. We could have stopped them, but the Gungjin sect's elders and sect master Gungjin made a move. The grand formation won't last long. City lord, what should we do? Surrender? Maybe. The guards wiped the blood off their bodies and said in fear. The Qinglu city lord shook his head and said, Don't you remember the tragedy of Tianhe city? The eyes of all the soldiers turned red. Spread my voice to the entire city. The Qinglu city lord said. Yes. Wang. His voice spread to the entire Qinglu city through a sound-amplifying Dharma treasure. Citizens of Qinglu city is facing a moment of life and death. I thank the young men and women who risked their lives to help the city. However, the city guards are almost all dead, and more than half of the civilians who came to help are dead. They are all heroes who protected our city. The city is about to fall, and I need more civilians to help. Perhaps, they will die immediately after joining the war. However, at least they will die with dignity. We won't be able to hold on for long, but we must hold on until reinforcements arrive. We must hold on until the emperor comes. The tragedy of Tianhe city was still vivid in their minds. Once these devils break into the city, what will be waiting for us? Your children were arbitrarily humiliated and killed. Your wives and daughters were arbitrarily humiliated. Your parents were all beheaded. All of you could do was lie in a pool of blood and watch as you slowly died. For your children, for your wife, for your parents, for yourselves. Please come and help us. Protect our home and protect our Qinglu city. The city lord's voice reverberated throughout the entire city. All the citizens who were originally hiding in their homes suddenly quivered. No, I'm going to defend the city. Father, mother, don't stop me. If I don't go, my entire family will die. For the sake of my child, I have to go. Even if I die, it's enough as long as you live. You coward, how did I marry you? If you don't want to go, I'll go. I'll go. One by one, the commoners headed to the city gate tower. One by one, the archers quickly released arrows into the outside world. The bitter war continued. The invading army instantly suffered heavy casualties. City Lord, the grand formation can't hold on for much longer. It will break tomorrow at the latest. An official in charge of the grand formation said with a sorrowful expression. City Lord, reinforcements from all around will arrive in 10 days at the earliest. Genjin sect master and the rest will break into the city tomorrow. We can't stop them. A group of defending generals said sorrowfully. If the city lives, we live. If the city dies, we die. The city lord said with reddened eyes. Yes. A group of soldiers said solemnly. Something's not right. City lord, look at the flying boat. That flying boat? Why did the Genjin sect master and the experts of the Genjin sect board the flying boat together? Did they run away? Only a few generals are left. What happened? The Genjin sect master and the group of elders left? It must be the emperor. The city lord was overjoyed. The emperor? It must be the emperor. I knew that the emperor would not abandon us. Now that the emperor has lured the Genjin sect master away, we can wait for reinforcements for a longer period of time. The castellan was overjoyed. Is that true? Quick, inform the people of this encouraging news. With the emperor's help, we can defend the city for a longer time. The city lord said excitedly. Yes. The departure of the Genjin sect master immediately encouraged the people. They put in more effort to defend the city. The tragic battle continued until the 9th day. Boom! The city guarding array exploded with a loud bang. The invading army lost a total of 5 million soldiers and finally broke into the city. It's over. It's over. The city is broken. A soldier said solemnly. Countless commoners looked at this scene blankly. It had still been broken. It had still been broken. Outside the city, the invading army was clamoring. Ha 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 ha, it's finally broken. I'm going to slaughter everyone in Qinglu City. Half of my brothers are dead. I want you to pay with your lives. None of you will live. Die together with the Tianhe sect. The invading army excitedly rushed into the city. The city lord's expression was ugly, but he still said to the entire city, people of Qinglu City, the demons have entered the city. They want to kill your parents, kill your children, take all your belongings, and rape your wives and daughters. Are you going to watch? No. The entire city roared with grief and anger. The sound shook the heavens and earth. The invading army that had rushed into the city and was about to wreak havoc suddenly trembled. Pick up your weapons and fight the demons to the end. The city lord roared. Kill the demons. Kill the demons. The entire city roared. All the people rushed out and charged at the invading army. The invading army that was about to burn, kill, and rob suddenly trembled. City lord, not good. An unknown army has appeared outside the city. There are more invaders. A defending general said in shock. God Foothill Dynasty, Huanglu City, 800,000 soldiers, under the orders of the city lord, are here to reinforce Qinglu City. God Foothill Dynasty, Jilin City, 800,000 soldiers, under the orders of the city lord, are here to reinforce Qinglu City. God Foothill Dynasty. Loud shouts rang out, and an army of 8 million suddenly appeared. They were the God Foothill Dynasty's reinforcements. Although they were late, they still came. Ha 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 ha, as long as the heavens don't destroy my Qinglu city, the heavens don't destroy my Qinglu city. People of Qinglu city, the reinforcements have arrived, the reinforcements have arrived. Leave all these demons in my Qinglu city and burn them to ashes to avenge my brothers and sisters, as well as the hundreds of millions of people in Tianhe city. The city lord roared. Kill! 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 Shouts and battle cries filled the sky. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, the people's fighting spirit soared. There was no need to be afraid anymore. None of these demons could escape. Outside the city, the reinforcements also rushed over amidst the battle cries. As for the invading army, although there were 5 million of them, they were already exhausted after a month of battle. When they heard the battle cries from behind them, they immediately fell into chaos. Get into formation, get into formation. The generals roared. However, how could they get into formation when they were in a state of disunity? Many people immediately fled in panic. Panic spread, and more people fled in panic. For a time, the city gate was a mess. Many of the invading army were not killed but trampled to death by their own people. Flee. Where could they flee to? The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes, ha 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 ha. The city lord laughed with tears in his eyes. The Gengjin sect master led the experts of the sect back to the headquarters in a panic. It was not that they did not want to leave more experts to fight in Qinglu city, but once the headquarters in the 100,000 mountains was destroyed, their fate would disappear. The Gengjin sect, which had been operating for 1,000 years, would be destroyed in a day. Huangfu Chaoge, you are so ruthless, so ruthless. I only destroyed one of your cities, but you went straight to my headquarters. You want to destroy my sect? The Gengjin sect master said with a ferocious expression. The Gengjin sect master did not think that if he had not invaded the God Foothill dynasty, would Huangfu Chaoge have to take such a risk? Directly attack the headquarters? Whoosh! After 9 days of continuous travel, the flying ship finally arrived outside the headquarters. Outside the headquarters, a super cloud formation enveloped the entire headquarters. There were 3 cities close to the headquarters. Early on, the various city lords had led troops to help, but to no avail. Sect Master, you are finally back. Sect Master, we have sent troops in these days, but they are gone after entering. This formation is too strange. What should we do? The city lords were extremely anxious. Formation? Could it be Guhai again? Such a huge formation. Chu Chen's expression changed as he looked at the formation in front of him. At this moment, the Gengjin sect master's expression suddenly changed. No. Sect master, what's wrong? Chu Chen asked in surprise. Dead? The saber-toothed tiger is dead? My Gengjin sect's fate is about to disappear? No. The Gengjin sect master's expression changed drastically. Rumble. All of a sudden, streams of golden chi flowed out of the great cloud formation. Fate? That's fate. Streaks of golden providence flowed out and quickly shot toward the northeast. Rumble. The surging fate surged toward Dongfang and gathered in the northeast. It's Huangfu Chaoge. He killed the saber-toothed tiger and stole my Gengjin sect's fate. The Gengjin sect master's expression changed drastically. That's not right. That direction isn't Lucian City. Chu Chen was slightly stunned. At the same time, on 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea, the Crown Prince of Guqin was presiding over the imperial court. Rumble. Suddenly, the soaring palace hall of the imperial court rumbled. The Crown Prince of Guqin and all the civil and military officials stepped out of the soaring palace hall and looked at the sky in shock. However, they saw countless golden clouds gathering in the sky all of a sudden. Surging golden clouds circled above the soaring palace hall, bringing with them a terrifying might. Boundless spiritual energy quickly gathered. What is that? Some of the officials asked in confusion. In the crowd, Montez's expression changed. Fate? Is that the Sea of Fate? The Emperor destroyed a sect in the Divine Continent. Did he steal their providence? This. Montez was thoroughly shocked. A sect with great fate was not something the island masters of the Thousand Islands Sea could compare to. The might of such a sect could sweep through the entire Thousand Islands Sea. This surging fate was definitely not due to the sudden increase in sentiments of the people. The Han dynasty had been established for less than a year, and the number of people had not increased by much. There was also fate, but it was pitifully little. Above the soaring palace hall, there were at most 1 or 2 strands of golden clouds. How could there be so many? These were patches of golden clouds. Such a huge amount of fate could only be accumulated over countless years. His Majesty got so much providence just by annihilating a sect? The sects of the Divine Continent are not that impressive, one of the officials said in confusion. Montez. Some of the officials did not understand, but they had recruited a large number of cultivators in the past year. These cultivators understood the meaning of this fate. The countless cultivators who had been recruited originally only identified with the Han dynasty because of the high salary. At this moment, when they saw the surging fate, all of them trembled. The Han dynasty? The Han dynasty had just been established for less than a year, and the emperor was already so domineering? He had already destroyed a sect in the Divine Continent and was starting to steal their fate? At the Royal Casino Holiday Villa, some of the cultivators from other islands came here with some ulterior motives. If possible, they wanted to snatch Gu Hai's dragon vein and swallow up 9-5 Island. How good would that be? However, when the cultivators with ill intentions saw the surging luck gathering, they immediately shivered. They all showed horrified expressions. Their earlier ulterior motives instantly vanished. Am I dreaming? So much fate. Is this a joke? Chapter 260. Within the 29-line boundaries formation. After a few days of fierce fighting, the million-strong Cloud Beast army was unstoppable. The disciples of the Gungjin sect could not resist at all. They either died in battle or surrendered. They found a pool in the valley where the saber-toothed tiger lived. It was a pool of golden water. This is the Gungjin divine water. I don't need to do anything. I just need to fill the dantian of the passion flower tree demons with the Gungjin divine water, and it will repair itself. Moreover, the Gungjin divine water can promote their growth. It must have been accumulated by the saber-toothed tiger for 1,000 years, right? Huangfu Chaoge frowned. Gu Hai put away all the Gungjin divine water with a flip of his hand. Master, the golden deity of the saber-toothed tiger has been forced out by me. Quick, come quick. Gaochen's excited voice came from afar. The group quickly ran in Gaochen's direction. They saw the saber-toothed tiger nailed to the mountain wall. A golden, transparent sphere seemed to be emerging from between the tiger's eyebrows. As expected, the golden deity is already dead. Lu's stone god said in a low voice. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger was on its last breaths. It was extremely weak, and its eyes had turned white. It was as if it had turned into an idiot. The power of the people around it had already disappeared. However, when it saw the North Star, its idiot-like eyes suddenly turned into incomparable fear. Master, after 9 days of singing, I finally managed to force the golden deity out. I'm awesome, right? Gaochen said excitedly. Mr. Good, your method is really amazing. The saber-toothed tiger would rather die than submit. It would rather die to destroy the golden deity, but you made it suffer something worse than death. Gaochen sang for 9 days. No matter how strong the saber-toothed tiger's will was, it collapsed. Huangfu Chaoge exclaimed. Previously, Huangfu Chaoge had tried to listen to Gaochen sing a song. After listening to the song, Huangfu Chaoge felt like his entire world had collapsed. After listening to Gao Chen's song, he felt like he was tone-deaf. If not for the fact that he could withdraw at any time, Huangfu Chaoge would have slapped Gao Chen to death. Bad songs also had their benefits. The saber-toothed tiger's willpower was also incomparably firm. It could not stand one song, but the saber-toothed tiger listened to it for 9 days before becoming an idiot. "Mr. Good, I'm here to help you," Lu Rock God said. "Thank you." Gu Hai nodded. Boom! Lu Stone God slapped the saber-toothed tiger with his palms. Surging earth divine energy surged out, forcing the golden deity, which had already appeared, back into Gu Hai's body. Buzz! The golden deity went straight for Gu Hai's lungs. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's lungs turned gold, resonating with his blue kidneys and green liver. His lungs turned golden as the power of the metal god rushed into his lungs. Boom! With a loud bang, the lung aperture suddenly opened. Pooh! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. He had used too much force and was slightly injured. I'm sorry, Mr. Good. I'm not very familiar with it." Lu Rock God apologized. After all, Lu Rock God's divinity was much weaker than Xuanwu's divinity. As for the wood divinity, he had helped Gu Hai to open his apertures, so he was not injured. "It's just a small injury. I'll be fine soon. Don't disturb me," Gu Hai said as he sat cross-legged. Rumble. The lung aperture suddenly opened, and golden light shone everywhere. A dazzling space suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's lungs. Lung aperture opened, 6th tier golden core stage. Gu Hai exhaled. Wisps of metal elemental vital essence circulated in the lung aperture, but it was too little. It was much less than the kidney aperture and liver aperture. It could not form vital essence to surround his body. Buzz! Gu Hai opened his eyes, and a burst of energy bloomed around him. Beside him, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly collapsed after losing the support of the metal divinity. It breathed its last and died. Rumble! Suddenly, Gu Hai sensed the collapsing Gengjin Sex providence in the sky and rushed toward Gu Hai. The metal divinity suppressed the Gengjin Sex providence. "You refined it, and most of the Gengjin Sex providence was taken by you?" Huangfu Chaoge was slightly stunned. Rumble! Surging providence rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Roar! The dragon vein in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal roared. It created a suction force. Rumble! Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal absorbed and filtered the surging providence. The overflowing providence seemed to have been refined by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. It was no longer the Gengjin Sex providence, but the Han dynasties. The surging providence rushed out of the 29 heavens and earth's array and toward the distant soaring palace of the Han dynasty. Rumble! The surging providence was quickly seized by Gu Hai and the Han dynasty. In the blink of an eye, 60% of the Gengjin Sex providence disappeared. Of the remaining 40%, a portion was dissipating, but the majority remained. Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and frowned at the providence in the sky. "You refined the metal divinity, but the Gengjin sect master is still connected to you. You have to kill the Gengjin sect master to take the rest of the providence," Huangfu Chaoge explained. Gu Hai nodded. Although it was a pity, it was enough to take 60% of the providence. "Your Majesty, the Gengjin sect's spirit stones have all been collected. There are about 800 million superior-grade spirit stones." An elite of the Xinlu dynasty flew over. Behind him was a flying ship full of storage treasures. Only 800 million superior-grade spirit stones? So little. The Gengjin sect was established earlier than the Xinlu dynasty, Lu Stone God said. Most of it should have been taken by Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Gu Hai said. Huangfu Chaoge nodded. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. An elite of the Xinlu dynasty ran over with a shocked expression. Huangfu Chaoge was puzzled. Your Majesty, it's best if you take a look. The elite said bitterly. Everyone was puzzled and followed him to a valley. In the valley, a group of captive Gengjin sect disciples with their cultivation sealed were kneeling on the ground. There were many luxurious buildings in the valley, but there were many cages inside. Inside the cages were not beasts, but peerless beauties. With a single glance, there were more than 1,000 people. Some were naked, and some were wearing all kinds of sexy and thin clothes. There were dog collars around their necks, and there were whip scars on their bodies. As for the 1,000 imprisoned peerless beauties, they were all lying in a pool of blood. They had just died. What's going on? Huangfu Chaoge looked at a Gengjin sect disciple. These are the playthings of the sect master and the elders. They are beauties collected from all over the world. They are tamed by professionals. If the disciples perform well, they will be rewarded. A Gengjin sect disciple lowered his head. Tame them like beasts? The Gengjin sect master is really disgusting. Huangfu Chaoge rebuked angrily. Your Majesty, isn't this woman the peony fairy from my Lushan city? Isn't she the one who suppressed everyone last time? She was also captured. They're all dead. Xinlu looked at one of the cages in shock. This was collected from all over the world. Our Gengjin sect's Golden Core Realm disciples all know. The Gengjin sect disciple whispered. Killed them all? When we were breaking the formation, you killed them all? Huangfu Chaoge said coldly. The Gengjin sect disciples knelt and said, We were worried that we would anger the Xinlu emperor, so. No, Your Majesty, they wanted to destroy the entire valley. An elite of the Xinlu dynasty shouted. Continue searching. Huangfu Chaoge said coldly. The Gengjin sect disciples were anxious, but they did not dare to stop them. SSS, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. An elite of the Xinlu dynasty shouted. Huangfu Chaoge and Gu Hai quickly ran over. However, they saw a huge kitchen. In the kitchen, there were corpses of beauties, but their heads were gone. They died horrible deaths. At the same time, there were more than 10 special tables. Monkey head tables. Gu Hai's expression changed. This was something he had only seen on TV back on Earth. On TV, a live monkey's head would be placed on a rack. The head would be cracked open, and boiling oil would be poured on it. Then, the brain would be eaten while the monkey screamed. However, the ones on the rack were not monkeys, but beauties. The heads of the beauties had been cracked open. It was empty. Your Majesty, I didn't eat it. I didn't eat it. It wasn't me. It was eaten by the sect leader, the elders, and the others. They said that the reason why beautiful women are beautiful is because there are nutrients in their brains that promote self-recuperation. These nutrients can promote cultivation. Therefore, what they eat, we don't have the right to eat. Your Majesty, we didn't eat it. It's not our fault. The disciples of the Gengjin sect all knelt down and begged for mercy. The so-called playing with beauties was a lie. The truth was that they wanted to eat human brains. Huangfu Chaoge's scalp went numb. The elites of the God Foothill dynasty were horrified. The Gengjin sect was more than just a place of evil. It was a place of the devil. They almost destroyed the corpses just now. Kill all the captives, all of them. Huangfu Chaoge roared. No. The Gengjin sect captives cried out in fear. Mr. Huangfu, calm down. Gu Hai said in a low voice. How can we vent our hatred by killing them? Announcing this to the world is the most important thing. The Gengjin sect is tyrannical and the devil's den. Whoever owns it is the devil. Let's see who dares to say that the Gengjin sect is his. Let's see if Liu Yang dares to take over the 18 cities of the Gengjin sect. Gu Hai said coldly. Huangfu Chaoge glared at the Gengjin sect disciples and nodded. Boom! All of a sudden, the grand formation shook violently. An expert broke the formation. The sect master of the Gengjin sect is back. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Chapter 261. Inside the 29-line Earth's formation. Boom! Boom! A series of loud booms rang out, causing the formation to shake violently. Gu Hai, Huangfu Chaoge, Gao Chen, Lu Rokshan, and the elites of the Xinlu dynasty stood at the entrance of the Gengjin palace and looked coldly into the distance. My formation is a maze formation on the outside and a world on the inside. It's not easy to touch it on the outside, but the impact from the outside means that the intruder has a special treasure. And it's so powerful that it shook my formation. Gu Hai's face sank. Gengjin sect master. That shouldn't be. He's only a peak nascent soul cultivator. Lu Rokshan frowned. Let's see. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai extended his hand and waved slightly. In the distance, the rolling fog dispersed, and a huge hole appeared in the formation. Rumble. A gap that looked like a canyon slowly appeared, and the sound of the formation breaking suddenly stopped. Hum. Suddenly, the formation cracked open, and the situation outside could be seen. The people outside could also see inside. It was a huge flying ship with the experts of the Gengjin sect standing on it. Ao Shun stood in the air, and behind him was a large army. Ao Shun held a long sword in his hand and looked inside coldly. Finally opened the formation. Ha! Ao Shun sneered. Through the gap in the canyon, he looked inside. My Gengjin sect and the 100,000 mountains are destroyed? Chu Chen's expression changed. The Gengjin sect master was also furious. He looked up at the sky, but when he saw that there was only 30 to 40% of the providence in the sky, he was also furious. That's the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger is dead and nailed to the wall. An elder of the Gengjin sect said angrily. The saber-toothed tiger's death made everyone's eyelids twitch, including Ao Shun. One had to know that the saber-toothed tiger had the power of the Gengjin world, and it had the power to open the sky palace. How could it be nailed to death? Ao Shun was also opening the sky palace, so naturally, he was very serious. Gengjin sect master's gaze was focused on Gengjin palace. Because Gu Hai and his group were standing there, looking at him coldly. Huangfu Chaoge, how ruthless! How dare you destroy my entire sect? Gengjin sect master immediately saw Huangfu Chaoge. Huangfu Chaoge's eyes were cold as she said, Sect Master Gengjin, if you didn't barge into my Xinlu dynasty, would there be today's disaster? What goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. You'll have to pay for the sins you've committed. Standing in the front, Ao Shun looked coldly at Huangfu Chaoge. In the past, Huangfu Chaoge mobilized the power of the dynasty to fight against Ao Shun outside of Xinlu city. In the end, Huangfu Chaoge actually came out on top. Ao Shun was still brooding over this matter. Now that he saw Huangfu Chaoge again, his expression was cold. He wanted to wash away his shame. Gu Hai. It's Gu Hai. He was the one who set up the formation. Chu Chen suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gazes suddenly turned towards Gu Hai. Gengjin sect master had never seen Gu Hai before, but Ao Shun had. Back in Passion Flower Valley, even though he was favored by Liu Yang of Gojoseon, Ao Shun didn't care. Instead, he felt cold. However, since Liu Yang of Gojoseon spoke, he didn't say anything. This was because back then, Gu Hai used the formation to kill thousands of flood dragons. They were all his subordinates. Later on, he found out that Gu Hai had killed dozens of sin dragons in Silver Moon Ocean. This enmity was huge. Gu Hai. His Majesty treated you sincerely and invited you into the palace, yet you treat him like this? Ao Shun said with a cold gaze. Gu Hai smiled coldly. You're talking about Emperor Liang? Ha, ha 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 ha, that's right, treat me with sincerity, but I didn't enter the king's mansion because I didn't want to participate in his rebellion, so he sent the unborn man to kill me. My wife blocked the disaster for me and died under the orders of King Lu Yang. Treat me with sincerity. So you went against His Majesty at every turn, destroyed Ingzhou's fate, and forced His Majesty to establish a country? Ao Shun said coldly. Yes, forcing Lu Yang to establish a country was the first step. Destroying Gengjin sect was the second step. I still have a third step. Do you believe that I will cut off Emperor Lu Yang's wings one by one? This is only the second step, ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed coldly. Ao Shun, Gengjin sect master, Chu Chen, and the others all gasped. It really was him. He was the one who forced Lu Yang to establish a country. He was the one who demoted the Great Ing Empire to an imperial dynasty. Now, he was the second step to destroy Gengjin sect. Each step caused Emperor Lu Yang to suffer heavy losses. There was a third step. What was the third step? Mr. Mo is right. This Gu Hai is too terrifying. Chu Chen said with a sharp intake of breath. In the past, what was Gu Hai in Chu Chen's eyes? He was just a musician who could play the guqin. He was not even as good as Chu Chen. Why did Mr. Mo have such a high opinion of him? Chu Chen had always been unconvinced. But now, it was not a question of whether or not he was convinced. It was that Gu Hai's methods caused Lu Yang of Gojoseon to suffer heavy losses. In just 2 steps, he caused Lu Yang of Gojoseon to suffer heavy losses. Was there a third step? This Gu Hai can't be allowed to live. Absolutely not. Gengjin sect master said with an ugly expression. Ao Shun naturally knew how dangerous Gu Hai was. The more powerful he was, the more dangerous he would be. Since he was here today, he had to get rid of this threat for the Lord. Buzz! Suddenly, countless sword chi appeared out of thin air inside the array. A black mass floated in the air. Slowly, the cloud beast of a gray-robed swordsman appeared among the thousands of swords. Duguchiobai. Gao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Duguchiobai appeared again. You want to kill me? Come on, Ao Shun. I heard that you were the Dragon Crown Prince back then. Unfortunately, you didn't have the ability to be the Crown Prince. You were dethroned with a few tricks. You're not very powerful. If it weren't for Lu Yang of Gojoseon outside Godly Foothill City, you would have been killed by Mr. Huangfu, right? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai stepped forward and jumped onto Duguchiobai. He controlled Duguchiobai and coldly looked at Ao Shun. Dragon Crown Prince, don't fall for his trick. He's trying to infuriate you. Gengjin sect master shouted. Ao Shun looked at the huge array in front of him. The interior seemed to be a world of its own. The space inside was countless times larger. You used this array to kill the saber-toothed tiger? Ao Shun asked in a deep voice. Ao Shun was very cautious. The saber-toothed tiger of Genesis Palace had died under the array. How could he not be careful? An expert of Genesis Palace is so afraid of me, a Golden Core Realm cultivator. No wonder you don't deserve to be the Dragon Crown Prince. Gu Hai continued to provoke. Golden Core Realm? Why don't you come out and watch me crush you to death? Ao Shun said coldly. Although he was angry, he could see that Gu Hai was provoking him. He suppressed his anger and glared at Gu Hai. I know you have misgivings. How about this, Crown Prince Ao Shun? Ha, Crown Prince? How about this, I'll give you a chance to escape. My array will only leave behind the array bones. How about we remove the array? Gu Hai laughed. He waved his hand. Rumble. All of a sudden, the clouds in the formation started to gather upwards, slowly forming a gigantic net. It was as if there were 29 pillars of clouds that wrapped around the 100,000 mountains of Gengjin sect. It was like a curved chessboard with a huge hollow in the middle. It seemed that more than half of the array had been removed. Ao Shun raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Hai, who was standing on Duguchobai. Then what are you worried about? If you lose to me, you can still escape at any time, right? There are exits everywhere. What are you worried about? I'm giving you a chance to die. Do you dare? Gu Hai sneered. Huangfu Chaoga, Gao Chen, and Lu Shishan looked at Gu Hai blankly. Can you be any more shameless? Clearly, the array had used up too many spiritual stones and you're worried that there won't be enough left. Removing the array was just to reduce the consumption. How could you make it sound so dignified? Everyone knew what Gu Hai was planning, but they wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, they looked at Ao Shun coldly. This scene was humiliating for Ao Shun. A Golden Core Realm cultivator challenged him and said that he was worried that he wouldn't be able to escape in the end. He even left an escape route for him. He's asking if you dare. Gu Hai, you can be arrogant, but there's a limit to it. If you do, you'll be courting death. Ao Shun said coldly. Then, do you still dare? Gu Hai sneered. At this moment, Gu Hai was anxious too. Duguchobai's appearance was burning money. If he delayed any longer, Duguchobai would be gone. As expected, as soon as Gu Hai finished speaking, the enraged Ao Shun rushed into the array that was left with only the array bones left. He slashed at Gu Hai with his sword. It was so fast that it was accompanied by a dazzling sword aura. In the blink of an eye, it was going to cut Gu Hai. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Duguchobai shouted coldly. The sword aura in the sky suddenly condensed into a super heavy sword that was 1,000 feet long. It went up to meet Duguchobai. Boom! With a loud sound, Ao Shun's sword aura and the heavy sword shattered together. Ao Shun's figure suddenly stopped. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Ao Shun was indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than the saber-toothed tiger who had mobilized the power of the world a few days ago. The heavy sword was actually on par with him. Ao Shun's face darkened. He was actually knocked back. Was he the one who killed the saber-toothed tiger with the strength of Open Heaven Palace? Mountains, rivers, grass, and trees can all be used as swords. Duguchobai shouted again. Boom! All of a sudden, the move used to snipe the saber-toothed tiger appeared once again. Swords of mountains and rivers rose from the ground. Swords of the earth, which looked like heavy swords made of black iron, pierced straight towards them. Boom! 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 Again and again, Ao Shun quickly blocked the stronger earth sword. The sword of mountains and rivers was too ferocious. The impact forced Ao Shun to retreat again and again. The long sword in his hand shook until it was numb. What? Impossible. Ao Shun was shocked as he fled in panic. This scene made Gengjin sect master, Chu Chen, and the others feel their scalps go numb. Fear grew in his heart. If the sword of mountains and rivers were to stab him, he would be dead. Duguchobai was undefeatable. He was too strong. If he were to go, he would be courting death. How is this possible? What kind of formation is this? Ao Shun is the one who opened the Sky Palace. Is this how the saber-toothed tiger was killed? Gu Hai was also anxious because he felt that the spiritual stones in the formation were getting less and less. Although Ao Shun was in a mess, he was not injured. Although Gu Hai was anxious, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he sneered and said, "Why? Can't you do it? If you are scared, you can run. Run. Ha 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 ha. Run? Run in front of a golden core realm? Ao Shun could not do it. However, Duguqiubai's sword will was too strong. Ao Shun was worried that he would be injured by the sword of mountains and rivers if he was not careful. Roar! Ao Shun roared and turned into a purple dragon. It swung its huge body and shattered the sword of mountains and rivers around it. However, there were still a lot of thorns on the dragon's body. Roar, roar, roar. The purple dragon let out a long cry of pain. It wanted to leave the formation, but it was unwilling. How could it escape after being scolded by a golden core realm cultivator? Did it really escape? It was not the end yet. It could not escape. Gu Hai was getting more anxious. However, he still steadied himself. Duguqiubai said again, 9 days ago, the saber-toothed tiger was not worthy of my sword. Today, you are. You are worthy. These words shocked the group of Gengjin sect disciples in the distance, causing their expressions to change. It was only now that they realized that this swordsman had a long sword in his hand that he had not drawn. Without drawing his sword, he had already forced Ao Shun into such a mess. Now, he was going to draw his sword. Everyone was horrified. The power of the sword of mountains and rivers was too terrifying. Was this just a move that the swordsman did not care about? Ao Shun's expression changed drastically. He saw Duguqiubai slowly grab the hilt with his right hand and slowly pull out the bronze longsword. When he pulled it out, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped. It was as if the air was frozen by the sword qi. Snowflakes fell from the sky. When the long sword was pulled out, frost formed on the ground around it. A powerful sword will rushed into Ao Shun's heart. It was a kind of ice-cold qi that could destroy the world. It was aimed at his heart. Ao Shun felt the threat of death. This sword is called Tomb. Except for me, no one has seen it before because those who have seen it are all dead. Duguqiubai said in a deep voice. Ao Shun's scalp suddenly went numb, and his heart was filled with panic. Under that terrifying sword intent, the sky was already filled with snow, and thousands of miles around were ice cold. The mountains and rivers below were all frozen, and the temperature in the void was bone-piercing. Only a small part of the sword had been pulled out. Tomb. Those who have seen it are all dead. Gu Hai was anxious. The formation was about to run out of spirit stones. It was clearly impossible to defeat Ao Shun, so he had to take a risk. The sudden drop in temperature was not only caused by Duguqiubai pulling out the longsword, but also by the simulated environment of the formation. White snow fluttered in the air, and the chill was bone-piercing. When Duguqiubai pulled out half of the longsword, Ao Shun was already frightened by the might of the longsword. In my life, I have dominated the world, but I have never been defeated. I really hope that you can be the one to defeat me. Sword to death. Before you die, you are qualified to know my name. My name is Duguqiubai. Duguqiubai said indifferently. Sword to death. Run. Gengjin sect master, who was outside the formation, shouted in fear. Not only Ao Shun, but all the experts outside also felt a boundless killing intent. Duguqiubai's calm words seemed to contain a destructive demonic power, causing all the experts to panic. Duguqiubai had the ability to do so. Just the swords of mountains and rivers were enough to make Ao Shun miserable. Now that he had not even pulled out the long sword, wouldn't it be the alarm of death? Weng, 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 weng. Duguqiubai's longsword was pulled out faster and faster. The surrounding temperature was getting colder and colder, and the sky was bright. All the swords of mountains and rivers were trembling as if they were bowing to Duguqiubai's longsword. The feeling of death was right in his heart. Ah! Ao Shun suddenly roared. He could not take it anymore. It was not because of the sword intent, but because the mental pressure was too great. He gave it his all. Boom! Ao Shun broke free from the swords of mountains and rivers. Ong! Whoosh! Turning into a gust of wind, Ao Shun instantly shot into the distance, fleeing in panic. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the horizon and disappeared. Shing! The sword is out of the sheath. Ah, run! Airship, faster! You are all dead! Chu Chen shouted in fear. Just when the disciples of the Gengjin sect were panicking. Boom! Duguchiobai and the 29-line sky formation exploded. They turned into a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. In the distance, while Ao Shun was escaping, he turned his head and saw a huge mushroom cloud in the horizon. His face changed in fright. Duguchiobai. Ao Shun's face revealed a trace of fear. Without turning his head, he once again shot away to report to the Emperor Liu Yang. Below the mushroom cloud. Cough, 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 cough. Master, what a huge cloud of dust. It's choking me to death. Gao-chen shouted in the cloud of dust. Gu Hai landed in front of the Gengjin Palace. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. That's the accumulation of an entire country. You spent all of it? Lu Shushan asked in confusion. Lu Shushan was not the only one who was confused. The disciples of the Gengjin sect who were preparing to escape were slightly startled as they looked into the cloud of dust in front of them. Duguchiobai pulled out his sword and blew himself up. A disciple of the Gengjin sect said in confusion. Oh no, we were all fooled. The face of the Gengjin sect master suddenly changed. Chapter 262. The 29-line heavens formation exploded. It turned into a huge mushroom cloud. Gao-chen, Lu Stone God, Huangfu Chaoga, Gengjin sect master, and Chu Chen were all silent. Where was the arrogant Duguchiobai? The Duguchiobai who scared Ao Shun away was gone. The formation exploded and dust flew everywhere. The surroundings were in chaos. Oh no, we were all fooled. Gengjin sect master's face suddenly changed. What? Chu Chen's face changed. Such a large formation must have consumed a lot of energy, especially when condensing Duguchiobai. The consumption is even more terrifying. They were already at the end of their rope. If we wait a little longer, the formation will break by itself. Gengjin sect master's face changed as he roared. The Gengjin sect disciples' faces changed as they looked in the direction where Ao Shun left. At this moment, Ao Shun had long since vanished without a trace, vanishing in the distance. The strongest expert of Kaitian Palace was scared away. Huangfu Chaoga, Gu Hai, you two are very scheming. Gengjin sect master said with a ferocious expression. 3 cities army. Gengjin sect master said coldly. Here. The surrounding army of 1 million roared. Take them down. None of them are allowed to leave. Gengjin sect master said coldly. Yes. The city lords replied. Gao-chen. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Huh? Master? Gao-chen was puzzled. This army of 1 million can use ambush from 10 sides. I'll leave it to you. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ah. Yes, okay. But master, can I add my own song? I also created a battle song. Gao-chen said in anticipation. Everyone turned to look at Gao-chen in confusion. Gu Hai's face twitched slightly. He said in a deep voice, sure, but don't let our own people hear it. No problem. I'll add a sound barrier for each of you. Gao-chen said excitedly. Be careful. Gu Hai sighed. Don't worry, master. Gao-chen replied. Mr. Huangfu. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga said with a smile, you scared Ao Shun away. What are we worried about? These are the elites of the Genjin sect. The ones I brought are also the elites of the Xinlu dynasty. Leave the Genjin sect master to me. Kill. The million-strong army roared and charged over. Ding, ding, ding. Gaochen reached out and plucked the strings of the zither of the void. Ambush on all sides began to play. Genjin sect disciples, follow me to capture Huangfu Chaoge and Gu Hai. The Genjin sect master shouted. Ha! Sect leader, leave Gu Hai to me. I can handle him. You weren't my match last time. Chu Qin said with a ferocious expression. Boom! A group of Genjin sect experts quickly rushed over. Generals, follow me. Huangfu Chaoge shouted. Yes. The elites of the Xinlu dynasty shouted in unison. Immediately, the experts of the Xinlu dynasty pounced forward. Huangfu Chaoge charged at the Genjin sect master. Boom! The two powerhouses took out their swords and clashed with each other in the air, creating two gigantic sword forces. Lu's stone god roared and transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall stone golem. The ground trembled with each step he took. He punched at an elder of the Genjin sect. Boom! Although the elder of the Genjin sect was powerful, Lu's stone god was even more ferocious. The swords and fists collided. With a loud boom, the energy swords exploded. What? Boom! Pft! The stone fist landed on the expert's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Xinlu dynasty generals and the Genjin sect experts clashed. Sword lights flashed, and sword chi shot out in all directions. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, blurring the scene. However, the battle was extremely fierce. Under the ambush from all sides, green-robed zither cultivators appeared out of thin air and charged at the million-strong army. Thump! 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 War drums sounded as the two armies clashed. Battle cries soared into the sky. Gu Hai's figure swayed, and he retreated into the smoke and dust. Ha, Division Master Gu, you still want to run? Suddenly, a sneer came from behind Gu Hai. Xing! A sword stabbed toward Gu Hai's back. Suddenly, a pair of huge bone wings appeared on Gu Hai's back. With a flap of the wings, Gu Hai flew into the distance. What? Chu Chen's expression changed. Gu Hai instantly charged into the smoke and dust. Chu Chen's expression turned cold as he chased after him. In the smoke and dust, Gu Hai held the blood saber in one hand and the bone saber in the other. He looked coldly at Chu Chen who was chasing after him. Division Master Chu, I've been waiting for you. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. You also had a part to play in Long Xiaoya's death, right? Long Xiaoya let you enter Elite Hall because she trusted you. So you were Lu Yang of Gojoseon's man from the beginning. And my wife Long Wanqing, as Wanqing's subordinate, you actually disobeyed her orders and used Wanqing's name to sneak into the Passion Flower Valley. You caused Granny Wanqing's death and framed Wanqing. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Winner takes all. Gu Hai, you are not my opponent. Last time, I didn't finish. This time, I will chop off your head and take it to the Emperor. Chu Chen shouted and stabbed the sword in his hand. Bam! Immediately, hundreds of sword chi arrived in front of Gu Hai. Clang! 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 Gu Hai didn't care at all and faced the sword chi head-on. A layer of bone armor appeared on Gu Hai's body and blocked the sword chi. Boom! The blood saber slashed down and a ray of blood light rushed towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen blocked with his sword and retreated quickly. Your cultivation increased again. Also, what are your metal wings and armor? Chu Chen's expression changed. Boom! Gu Hai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Chen in an instant. He slashed with both sabers again. Boom! Chu Chen's swordsmanship was very strong. As the #1 expert of Elite Hall, his strength was naturally extraordinary. He blocked the attack immediately. Clang! 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 Gu Hai's 2 sabers moved faster and faster. Chu Chen was able to keep up with them. However, Gu Hai's sabers were too strong, forcing Chu Chen to retreat again and again. Roar! Chu Chen roared and stabbed with his sword again. This time, Gu Hai didn't dodge and stabbed the bone saber at Chu Chen's chest. Wang! The saber and sword clashed. The energy sword slashed Gu Hai's face, producing clanging sounds. You want to stab my eyes? Gu Hai's expression sank. Just a little more. Just a little more. I don't believe that you still have your eyes and armor. Chu Chen said coldly. However, the saber and sword were wrong. Chu Chen's left arm was cut open. Just as Chu Chen was about to charge forward, black energy suddenly surged out of the bone saber and enveloped his left arm. Gagagagaga. Countless skulls quickly gnawed at Chu Chen's flesh in the black energy. What? Chu Chen's expression changed. Break! Chu Chen shouted. Surging energy rushed into his left arm. However, as more energy rushed into his left arm, the black energy became more frenzied. It couldn't stop the black energy at all. Demonic saber. The bone saber is a demonic saber. Chu Chen's expression changed. Xing! Chu Chen chopped off his left arm. His left arm flew out and was instantly devoured by the skulls in the black energy. When it fell, the black energy dissipated, leaving behind a withered arm. Chu Chen held his severed arm and leaned against a mountain wall. He looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's the bone saber. It's the bone saber. Your armor is made of bones. Did the bone saber help you modify it? Chu Chen's expression changed. He could roughly guess what happened. Gu Hai stabbed the bone saber into the ground. He looked at Chu Chen coldly and said, You guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late. What? Chu Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Xing! Suddenly, sharp bone spikes protruded from Chu Chen's chest, glabella, and dantian. What's wrong? Chu Chen was filled with despair. Apart from modifying my bones, the bone saber can also modify other materials into bones. For example, this rock. Gu Hai said coldly. The bone saber stabbed into the ground. From the bone saber to Chu Chen's back, the ground had already turned white. This strip of ground had already been modified into bones. Most of the rock Chu Chen was leaning against had also been modified into bones. Suddenly, 3 bone spikes protruded from the rock and nailed Chu Chen to the rock. Chu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, unwillingness, and despair. Gagagagaga. The surging black energy rushed towards Chu Chen. In the blink of an eye, Chu Chen was completely devoured. Clang! The token of Elite Hall's division leader Jean fell to the ground. Gu Hai pulled out his sword. The modified bones on the ground immediately disappeared. No one knew what had just happened. Only Chu Chen's withered bones remained. Gu Hai put away the twin sabers and picked up the division leader Jean token. After removing the bone armor and wings, Gu Hai changed into a new set of clothes. Then, he slowly walked out of the cloud of dust as if nothing had happened. The only thing missing was Chu Chen. Kill! No! Suddenly, Huangfu Chaoga's roar came from the sky, followed by Gengjin Sect Master's scream. Gengjin Sect Master's head flew out. Huangfu Chaoga was covered in blood, but her face was still ferocious. She swung her sword backward. Boom! Gengjin Sect Master's head exploded. Rumble! In the sky, the remaining karmic luck churned and surged towards Huangfu Chaoga. Sect master is dead. Sect master is dead. No, sect master. Run. Sect master is dead. It's over, it's over. The remaining Gengjin sect disciples immediately turned around and ran in fear. Break. The giant Lu Shirshan punched, and the Gengjin sect's flying boat exploded. The remaining Gengjin sect disciples fled north in panic. Not many of them were still alive. They quickly escaped into the forest. Don't chase. Huangfu Chaoge shouted. Yes. The group of God Foothill Imperial Court generals replied. Gaochen, that's enough. Stop. Gu Hai shouted. Ah. What? You just finished playing ambush on all sides. I haven't sung it yet. Gaochen shouted in shock. The zither music stopped, and the million-strong army was panicking. Gengjin sect master was dead, and all the luck was gone. Were they still going to fight? What should they do? Huangfu Chaoge looked at the anxious army and said, Everyone, you are loyal to Gengjin sect, but do you know how they treated you? There's a valley over there. You can go take a look. The soldiers had complicated expressions. The other side was clearly not going to fight, but they still had to be on guard. Under Huangfu Chaoge's guidance, some soldiers went to the brain-eating valley. After seeing it, they were all terrified. No, sister, I couldn't find you for a year. Why are you here? Where's your head? Sister, no. City Lord, this is the City Lord's wife. I found her. Come, this is the City Lord's wife. Screams and screams sounded. Chapter 263. Silvermoon City, the number 1 zither building on this street. This is the last dragon bone zither. Master Yun Mo of the Silvermoon Villa personally made it. I won't introduce it since everyone knows its value. Let's start the auction now. The starting price is 100 high-grade spirit stones. An auctioneer shouted. I bid 100 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 200. I bid 250. I bid 800 high-grade spirit stones. Alright, congratulations to the buyer. 800 high-grade spirit stones and the last dragon bone zither belongs to you. The auctioneer laughed. The auction ended. In a pavilion upstairs, Sima Changkong and Shen Guanhen sat together. They looked at the auction below. Thank you, Lord Sima, for your cooperation. I, the Emperor, thank you. Shen Guanhen said solemnly. Sima Changkong frowned and looked down. I just did a little and didn't do anything. During this time, I have been auctioning these dragon bones. What does Gu Hai want to do? The Emperor has a purpose for sending a letter here. Shen Guanhen shook his head and didn't explain. Sima Changkong still frowned. These dragon bone instruments belong to the dragons who guarded the Silvermoon Sea in the past. They are also the subordinates of the Luyang of Gojoseon. Using the dragon bones to make instruments is an insult to the dragons under the Luyang of Gojoseon. Is Gu Hai trying to anger the dragons? Gu Hai is playing with fire. Can he deal with such a risky move? Moreover, even if Gu Hai can hide, what about the Han dynasty on the 9-5 island? How can they hide? The Emperor has his own plans. Shen Guanhen shook his head and didn't explain. Gengjin sect headquarters, 100,000 mountains. The Gengjin sect was almost wiped out. There were only a few people who escaped and couldn't do much. Under Huangfu Chaoge's guidance, the million-strong army immediately saw the scene of the demon's Denver. Some of the Gengjin sect's disciples who had been subdued earlier confirmed everything. Kill them, these devils, kill them. Gengjin sect, why would my city pledge allegiance to this group of demons? City Lord, my sister died a horrible death. The million-strong army was filled with righteous indignation. This horrifying scene had long overturned all recognition of the Genjin sect. The former sanctimonious Genjin sect master was actually a demon that ate human brains. Pass down my order. Hunt down the remaining disciples of the Genjin sect. Regardless of whether they are alive or dead, they will be heavily rewarded. Secondly, spread the news of the evil deeds of this place to every city. Let the people around know about the devil's actions. A city lord immediately shouted. From now on, my city has nothing to do with the Genjin sect. There was no need for Huangfu Chaoge to change the minds of these people. Mr. Huangfu, the Genjin sect has been destroyed. If you have the ability, you should take the 18 cities they controlled as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be other forces coming soon. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoge. That's true. I have to thank Mr. Good this time. Huangfu Chaoge nodded. No need to thank me. They are the minions of Emperor Liu Yang. They all have to die. Your identity has been exposed, so it's best to return to the capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. You're not going back with me? Huangfu Chaoge frowned and looked at Gu Hai. I said before that forcing Liu Yang of Gojoseon to establish a country is the first step. Destroying the Genjin sect is the second step. Following that is the third step. I can't stop for even a moment. This time, Ao Shun was scared away, so I have more confidence in the third step. Therefore, I have to make arrangements immediately. Huangfu Chaoge sighed slightly and nodded. I will take half of the spiritual stones from the Genjin sect to transfer to the godly Foothill dynasty. You can keep the other half. Giving half of the 800 million superior grade spirit stones to Gu Hai. At this moment, no one could find fault with this. The Han dynasty and the godly Foothill dynasty worked together to destroy the Genjin sect. Gu Hai would provide the troops, and Huangfu Chaoge would provide the funds. Neither could be left out. In that case, many thanks. Gu Hai nodded, not rejecting. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a beam of light shot over from the distance. A flying ship instantly arrived. Everyone's expression changed, but they soon calmed down. The person who came was none other than Venerable Lu Nian. I went to godly Foothill City, but you were not there. I knew you would be here, Venerable Lu Nian said with a sigh. Venerable Lu Nian turned his head and looked at the 100,000 great peaks in ruins. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoge in shock. You are very capable. The Genjin sect was destroyed just like that? Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. It was extremely dangerous. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Venerable, were you alone? Huangfu Chaoge asked, feeling curious. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, Gu Hai, this is His Holiness's imperial edict for you. Accept it. Venerable Lu Nian took out an imperial edict and looked at Gu Hai. However, at this moment, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Shaking his head, he said, Many thanks, Venerable. I'd better not accept it. Huh? Gu Hai, His Holiness is conferring you the position of Elite Hall's new hall master, Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling confused. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Back then, I did not join Elite Hall for the position of an official in the Deqian dynasty. Now, it is even more so. Elite Hall's hall master. Ha! Never mind. I have my own Han dynasty. There is no need for me to become an official in the Deqian dynasty. Back then, I joined Elite Hall only to repay a favor. Back then, Wan Qing helped me reach the innate realm. I joined Elite Hall to thank her. Now that Wan Qing is no longer around, I no longer have any intention of joining Elite Hall. Venerable Lu Nian felt slightly stunned. Then, he sighed softly and said, Mr. Good, you are lucky to have met Wan Qing. Isn't Wan Qing lucky to have met you as well? However, it is best that you accept this imperial edict. Huh? Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen. You should know about Elite Hall and the Divine Strategy Battalion from back then. They are not officially part of the Qian Heavenly Dynasty. Instead, they are part of the Foreign Affairs Department, Venerable Lun Yen explained. What's wrong with the Foreign Affairs Department? The Foreign Affairs Department is not restricted by the Imperial Court. They can come and go as they please. They only need to handle some of His Holiness's special affairs. When they are outside, they can do their own things. For example, your establishment of a nation is not unheard of in the Foreign Affairs Department. That Shinji Battalion commander, Li Shinji, might be a member of the Foreign Affairs Department, but he established his own sect. Did you know that? Venerable Lun Yen asked. The Foreign Affairs Department is not restricted? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That's right. In other words, it is just like how a guest elder is just an external member. He is only responsible for His Holiness's missions. That is the case for Elite Hall Masters. Being Elite Hall Masters will not affect your Han Dynasty. On the contrary, sometimes, using Elite Hall Masters can help the Han Dynasty become stronger, Venerable Lun Yen explained. Gu Hai frowned slightly. After some silence, he finally shook his head and said, "There's no need. I know that there are benefits. However, since I am establishing a nation, it is not good to always rely on external help. A nation needs to be strong and independent." Huangfu Chaoge looked at Gu Hai in shock. Huangfu Chaoge was also the ruler of a nation. Naturally, she knew how difficult it was to manage a nation. If it were her, she might not be able to resist this temptation. However, Gu Hai, Mr. Good, I think you had best accept it. Ha! Venerable Lun Yen sighed softly. Ha! After all, this is Wan Qing and her daughter's business. If you do not manage Elite Hall, it will end up in the hands of others. Do you want others to manage Wan Qing and her daughter's Elite Hall? Venerable Lun Yen advised. Ha! Secondly, you promised Wan Qing that you would take care of her younger sister, Long Wanyu. You do not have Elite Hall status. You have difficulty even meeting her. How are you going to protect her? Gu Hai frowned and pondered this. After a long silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, "All right, then. I'll temporarily take over the position of Elite Hall Master." Gu Hai received the Imperial Edict. Venerable Lun Yen took out a purple authority token and said, "Wan Qing's Elite Hall Master authority token was destroyed. His Holiness gave her another one. This is the Elite Hall Master authority token. It is not the same as a marquee." Gu Hai gently received it. Boom! Suddenly, a golden energy appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Gu Hai. This is providence. What vast providence! Gu Hai's expression changed. This amount of providence was actually more than half of the providence that Xiao Chen obtained from the Zhengmetal sect. The providence circulated in Gu Hai's body and immediately poured into the purple Elite Hall authority token. With the authority token by Xiao Chen's side, he could transfer this portion of providence at any time. Originally, Wan Qing was prepared to bring you to the capital and hand the invitation letter to His Holiness for him to read. Then, His Holiness would seal it before bestowing you with providence. However, this time, His Holiness personally issued an imperial edict to you, eliminating this process. This is the providence of an Elite Hall Master. Every 10 years, a batch is bestowed. This is the first batch, Venerable Lun Yen explained. Gu Hai looked at the authority token. It had the words, Rank 1, on the front and, Gu Hai, on the back. It was very similar to the Water Division Master Authority token. It came with a small space, just 10 times larger than the Water Division Master Authority token. A large portion of providence was hidden in this small space and could be transferred at any time. Gu Hai nodded. By the way, Gu Hai, perhaps you should be more careful. Long Wanyu is not very friendly to you. She might think that you caused Wan Qing's death. You have to be careful, Venerable Lu Nian said with a bitter smile. Long Wanyu. Where is she now? Gu Hai asked, feeling bewildered. His Holiness did not allow her to come out, but she kept making a fuss. In the end, His Holiness had no choice but to send people to protect her. He only sent her to the Jinmu of Sila's camp to be protected by the Jinmu of Sila. She is rather safe now. After issuing the imperial edict, I will immediately return to take care of her, Venerable Lu Nian said with a bitter smile. Venerable, I will have to trouble you to take care of Long Wanyu, Gu Hai said solemnly. I will. By the way, where are Mu Chenfeng and those tree men? Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling puzzled. Mu Chenfeng. I sent her to do something. This time, whether we can kill Ao Shun or not will depend on Mu Chenfeng's results, Gu Hai said seriously. At the side, Huangfu Chaoge raised her eyebrows slightly and said, the third step. Your third step is to kill Ao Shun. Ao Shun is an expert of the Heavenly Palace. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as well. I know. Alright, I have to take my leave as well. Speed is important in war, we cannot delay. Gu Hai shook his head and said goodbye to everyone. After exchanging a few more words, Huangfu Chaoge assigned 3 subordinates to Gu Hai. Then, Gu Hai steered the white cloud flying ship, carrying 400 million superior-grade spirit stones and a large number of Zhengmetal sect secret manuals to the northeast. Chapter 264. De Ying Dynasty. Yingdu. There was a large lake outside Yingdu. A large number of Baxia, flood dragons, and a group of Sin dragons resided at the mouth of the lake. Clearly, this was the habitat of the De Ying dynasty's dragon army. On the shore of the lake, red-crowned crane carriages were filled with large boxes. The red-crowned cranes looked at the surrounding dragons and held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. At the front was a man in official robes, quietly waiting. All around, the dragons cast doubtful gazes at him. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound from the lake. A large amount of lake water exploded, and a huge dragon head emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was the Sin Dragon Fang, the first dragon that Gu Hai and Long Wanqing encountered when they arrived at the front line. He was also the giant dragon that commanded the formation outside the Passion Flower Valley. He was also the uncle of the leader of the dragons, Ghost Face, that Gu Hai killed in the Silver Moon Sea. Lord Zhang, why are you here at my camp? Did the Emperor ask you to come? Fang looked at the official in front of him coldly. Lord Zhang smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I came by myself. Oh. My position is low, so I can't speak in front of your majesty. Last time, after the court meeting, I overheard General Fang talking to someone else. He mentioned the bones of the dragons in the Silver Moon Sea. I put some effort into it and gained something. I specially spent some effort to obtain some items and gave them to Senior Fang. The Emperor doesn't like them, but I think they will be of some use to you. I don't ask for much. If there is a chance in the future, please put in a good word for me in front of the Emperor. Lord Zhang said with a smile. What is it? Fang frowned. Lord Zhang looked around, obviously not wanting to expose himself here. Whoosh! Fang suddenly turned into his human form, a one-eyed middle-aged man. Let's go to my mansion. The one-eyed Fang said in a deep voice. Lord Zhang nodded. Under the puzzled gazes of the dragons, he went to a mansion not far away. In the large courtyard of the mansion, he opened the boxes and placed musical instruments made of dragon bones. Fang's eyelids twitched wildly. This aura, this is my poor nephew's. Ghostface's bones. Fang's expression changed. He slowly picked up a guqin. He gently stroked the guqin and suddenly saw a line of small words on one of the corners. Dehan, Gu Hai, killed in the Silver Moon Sea, Dragon Sound Guqin. Seeing this line of small words, Fang's eyelids twitched wildly. Gu Hai, I should have killed you back then, I should have killed you, roar. Fang roared. Although he already knew that it was Gu Hai, he was even more furious when he saw the corpse. General Fang, all the dragon bones in the Silver Moon Sea have been made into musical instruments. I heard that more than 1,000 sets of dragon bone musical instruments have been made, and they are selling very well. I only bought a part of them. Lord Zhang sighed slightly. Gu Hai, that coward. If I see him again, I'll definitely tear him to shreds. Kill my nephew? This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Fang revealed a sinister expression as he said. There's something I shouldn't say. Gu Hai killed your relatives, but you can also kill Gu Hai's relatives, right? Official Zhang said in a low voice. Fang's pupils suddenly shrank. He lowered his head and looked at the small words on the guqin. Dehan? Han Dynasty? Yes, his son is there, and his officials are there. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. Thousand Island Sea, 9-5 Island? Fang suddenly revealed a sinister expression. But now that we're in the war preparation stage, no military force is allowed to leave Yingdu without the emperor's permission. Official Zhang said worriedly. Fang's expression turned ugly. Official Zhang muttered to himself, but if the crown grandson leaves, it should be fine. The emperor dotes on him so much. However, General, you must not ask the crown grandson to leave with you. Young Master and Luan. The crown grandson. Fang's expression suddenly turned joyful. General, what are you doing? Official Zhang's expression changed. Okay, I know. That's right. As long as I bring the crown grandson, the crown prince won't blame me. I'm protecting the crown grandson. Fang's expression turned cold. Don't, General. If you're discovered, I won't be able to escape the blame. I'm only here to deliver the dragon bones. I didn't. Official Zhang had an anxious expression. Okay, I won't mention you. Go do your thing. If there's a chance in the future, I'll mention you in front of the emperor. Fang said in a deep voice. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Official Zhang said excitedly. Official Zhang walked out of Fang's residence excitedly. Fang revealed a trace of disdain. A small, insignificant official wants to bribe me? Official Zhang happily drove the red-crowned crane carriage away. His joyful expression lasted until he left the line of sight of the dragons. Then, his expression suddenly turned solemn and he let out a long sigh. He turned his head and looked toward the south. Your Majesty, is my Xinlu dynasty doing well? I'm treading on thin ice in the Deng dynasty. This time, I hope I can succeed. I hope my Xinlu dynasty will always be peaceful. Official Zhang sighed slightly. In capital, Emperor Liu Yang's study. Mo Yike and a group of strategists stood on both sides and looked at Ao Shun in the center. The Gengjin sect was destroyed. Gu Hai set up a formation and Duguqilbai. Emperor Liu Yang said in a deep voice. That's right. That Duguqilbai is too strong. I can't beat him. Ao Shun said bitterly. Mo Yike frowned slightly and looked at Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun, can you repeat what happened? Ao Shun looked at Mo Yike in confusion, but he still repeated everything. Mo Yike frowned slightly and was silent for a while. Then, he said bitterly, Crown Prince Ao Shun, you might have been tricked. What trick? Ao Shun frowned. Gu Hai is tricking you. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed. Impossible. I can feel Duguqilbai's strength. Moreover, Kai Tian Palace's saber-toothed tiger died at his hands. Ao Shun shook his head. Think about it carefully. Was your fear because of Duguchilbai's strength or because of what Guhai said? Mo Yike said in a deep voice. That's what Duguchilbai said. Ao Shun frowned. Isn't Duguchilbai controlled by Guhai? He said whatever Guhai told him to say. If Guhai could kill you in an instant, why would Guhai waste so much time talking? If he could kill you in one strike, why would he waste so much time talking? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Ao Shun's expression stiffened. Guhai has already mentally suppressed you. You fell for his trick because you were afraid. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid. Mr. Mo, are you saying I'm afraid? Why would I be afraid? I just don't want to fight a meaningless battle. Duguchilbai is so powerful. Ao Shun said stubbornly. Heh, fine. If you're not afraid, then you've already seen Huangfu Chaoga. Even if you want to avoid Duguchilbai, why go back to the capital? Why don't you go directly to Huangfu Chaoga's capital? Can't you break into Lushan City without Huangfu Chaoga? Once you break into Lushan City, won't the Lushan dynasty be destroyed? Mo Yike said calmly. Huh? Ao Shun's expression stiffened. Alright, Ao Shun. Mr. Mo isn't wrong. Fear is fear. Otherwise, how can you not understand such a simple logic? Why did you run back in panic? Lu Yang said in a low voice. Ao Shun's face twitched. Even if I'm afraid, that Duguchilbai is indeed powerful, Ao Shun said stubbornly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and didn't explain further. The strategists didn't say anything. Ao Shun looked at them and felt irritated. He had lost a lot of face this time. After a moment of silence, Ao Shun said, Your Majesty, that Guhai has already caused us great losses twice. It seems that there will be a third time. Guhai is too dangerous, but we can't find him. However, he has the Han dynasty. I'll destroy the Han dynasty and capture all his subordinates and sons. Let's see if he still won't come out. No. Mo Yike immediately shouted. Huh? Ao Shun frowned and looked at Mo Yike. Prince Ao Shun, now that the Jinmu of Silla has gathered troops in Yongzhou, they have already started to contact our army at the border. Now, every fighting force of the Deng dynasty is extremely important. You have the strength of Kaitian Palace, you can't just walk around casually. The war will start at any moment. Mo Yike shook his head. But. Ao Shun frowned. Alright, listen to Mr. Mo Ao Shun, reorganize the army. I need you to help by my side. Lu Yang ordered. Ao Shun frowned and sighed slightly. Ao Shun returned to his residence gloomily. 3 days later. Lord Zhang, who had sent the Guqin to Fang not long ago, quietly came to Ao Shun's residence. Huh? Lord Zhang, what are you doing here? Ao Shun frowned and looked at Lord Zhang, who had suddenly appeared. Lord Zhang had some ability, but only a little. In the Deng dynasty, he was ranked at the bottom of the hierarchy. Why did an insignificant official come to his residence in the middle of the night? Prince Ao Shun, please forgive me for coming uninvited. I am now in charge of the daily life of the Crown Prince and his descendants. Although I am at the bottom of the hierarchy, I have some records of the daily lives of the Crown Prince and his descendants. Just 2 days ago, the Crown Prince and his people left the city without informing anyone. This is a sensitive time, and the Crown Prince is missing, but... Lord Zhang said bitterly. Why are you here when the Crown Prince is missing? Ao Shun said in a low voice. The leader of the dragon tribe and a group of alternative dragons left the city with the Crown Prince. This time. Lord Zhang smiled bitterly. Ridiculous. The war is imminent, and the Emperor has already ordered that no general above the Golden Core realm can leave the capital without permission. How can my subordinates leave? Ao Shun said coldly. Lord Zhang smiled bitterly and bowed again and again. In the end, he left Ao Shun's residence helplessly. Ao Shun went to the gathering place of the dragon tribe in confusion. Ah! Prince, the leader of Fang left 2 days ago with 10 giant dragons, 100 flood dragons, and 100 Basha. A red dragon said softly. I mean, where did they go? Ao Shun said coldly. They seem to have gone to the Thousand Islands Sea and 95 Island to capture Gu Hai's son. The red dragon said softly. Bastard, bastard. Ao Shun's expression changed. On a flying boat to the east of Ying province. Fang and Luan stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance with cold eyes. Fang, you're right. Ha ha ha, let's see if Gu Hai will come out after we capture Gu Hai's son. We'll be doing grandfather a service. Humph, Gu Hai. Ha 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 ha. Luan laughed excitedly. Fang turned his head to look behind him and nodded with a long sigh. Ying province. Ao Shun immediately ordered a lockdown. Fang led the dragon tribe immediately to prevent the emperor from finding out. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty. Fang and the dragon tribe would also be sentenced to death. Fang, you bastards, how dare you disobey my orders? I'll skin you alive when you come back. Ao Shun was sulking in his residence alone. Prince Ao Shun, the emperor is waiting in the upper study, an official came to report. Ao Shun suppressed the anger in his heart and went to the upper study. In the upper study, Mo Yike and a group of strategists were still standing there quietly. However, there were a few more people now. They were the 3 elders who escaped from the Gengjin sect. What happened to the Gengjin sect? Ao Shun was slightly stunned. The 3 elders were slightly bitter. No one spoke for a while. There was a moment of silence in the study. Everyone looked at Ao Shun. What happened? Tell me. Ao Shun said coldly. Only then did the 3 elders obediently repeat what had happened that day. You're saying that Gu Hai tricked me? Impossible, then Duguchiobai. Ao Shun's expression changed drastically. It was embarrassing enough that he was scared away. Running away at the last minute was as timid as a mouse. However, the news that he received today was that Gu Hai tricked him. What was insulting was not his courage, but his intelligence. Ao Shun felt his head explode. He was about to explode in anger. Never mind. This Gu Hai is a genius. We underestimated him too much back then. Liu Yang of Gojoseon sighed softly. Your Majesty, please let me lead the army to 95 Island. I want to uproot the Han dynasty. Ao Shun said with a ferocious expression. Never mind. Ao Shun, will deal with Gu Hai in the future. Right now, our greatest enemy is the Jinmu of Silla. Mo Yike sighed softly. No, Your Majesty. I can't take this lying down. I will go as fast as I can and return as fast as I can to fight the Jinmu of Silla. It's not like I can't do it in the short term. Your Majesty, let me go. Ao Shun said resolutely. Not only was he doing this to avenge his previous humiliation, but he was also doing this for the Fang King and the others. The Fang King and the others had committed a great taboo. Only by bringing the dragons with him could he erase their guilt. Emperor Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Ao Shun with a frown. Your Majesty, although that Gu Hai is alone, he has done 2 things. Both of them are greater threats than the Jinmu of Silla. I will go and capture his son and subordinates. This can be considered to be restraining Gu Hai. Although I might not be able to capture Gu Hai, at least I can make him hesitate. When Your Majesty deals with the Jinmu of Silla, at the very least, Gu Hai won't cause trouble. Otherwise, if he does, it will be. Ao Shun said solemnly. Mo Yike frowned in deep thought. Emperor Liu Yang of Gojoseon looked at Mo Yike. When he saw that Imo Yike had not made a decision yet, he remained silent for a while before nodding. That's fine. Go quickly and return quickly. Deal with him in one go. Yes. Ao Shun acknowledged, brimming with fighting spirit. Ao Shun walked out of the study and headed for the military camp. Then, he led the dragons on a flying ship and headed for 9-5 Island. In the study, Mo Yike frowned in deep thought. However, he could not figure out what was wrong. Then, 3 days later, Lord Zhang mysteriously disappeared. Your Majesty, we do not know where Lord Zhang went either. We are currently searching everywhere. An official reported respectfully. Is there a spy in the city? However, what's the point of capturing him? Emperor Luyang of Gojoseon showed some doubt. That Lord Zhang is dispensable. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. This Lord Zhang's words carry little weight. Is he dispensable? Men. Investigate Lord Zhang's recent whereabouts. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Not long after, the matter of Lord Zhang meeting Fang and Ao Shun during this period of time was completely exposed. Oh no. Oh no. Lord Zhang is the spy. Your Majesty, Crown Prince Ao Shun is in danger. This is Gu Hai's scheme. Mo Yike's expression changed. Chapter 265. Silver Moon City. City Lord's Residence. Milord, His Highness is already urging you to head to the front lines immediately. The battle with the traitor Lu Yang will begin at any moment, a general said respectfully to Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong stood on the floating island and looked at the sea to the northeast with narrowed eyes. He remained silent for a while. Milord, that general urged again. However, Sima Changkong suddenly smiled faintly and shook his head. Huh? The general felt confused. What's the point of a battle at the front lines? Go and report to His Highness. Just say that I want to go and watch Gu Hai slay dragons. Sima Changkong smiled. Ah. The general felt stunned. Ao Shun. The former dragon race crown prince. The expert of Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai is just a golden core realm cultivator. Just a golden core realm cultivator. How can His Highness deal with him? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Ha 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 ha. It will be very interesting, very interesting. Sima Changkong's eyes shone with excitement. However, His Highness is urging. That general said bitterly. Don't worry. His Highness will not blame me. Slaying dragons as a golden core realm cultivator with the weakest dynasty's strength? Furthermore, this time, Ao Shun is bringing a large dragon race army over. What is Gu Hai going to do? Go and report back. I definitely cannot miss this opportunity. Go on, then. Sima Changkong said excitedly. Ah. But. Don't worry. Just relay my message. His Highness will not blame you. I won't talk to you anymore. I am going to 9-5 Island immediately. Ha ha ha. Defeating the strong is the weak. No, this is not just the weak. What is Gu Hai going to do? Sima Changkong said excitedly. After leaving the general behind, Sima Changkong called out to his subordinates. Then, he steered the flying ship out of Silver Moon City. He headed for the distant 9-5 Island. Ding Dynasty, Ing Capital, Upper Study, Dragon Bone Musical Instruments. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't anyone tell me? Mo Yike glared angrily. Sir, we just received the news, so it didn't attract any attention. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would take advantage of this loophole? A strategist smiled bitterly. Take advantage of loopholes. Ha, taking advantage of a loophole. Do you really think it's a loophole? Was this Gu Hai's plan all along? Before Gu Hai went to the Gungjin sect, he had already arranged for someone to go to Silvermoon City and get the cooperation of the Zither Tower. Otherwise, the timing wouldn't be so accurate. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. It couldn't be, right? Gu Hai wouldn't have let Huangfu Chaoga's spy see Fang first and arouse Fang's desire for revenge. Make use of the Crown Prince's hatred for Gu Hai to pacify Fang's misgivings. Leading a group of dragons out of the camp without permission. His Majesty has already decreed that this is a capital offense, no matter who it is. Then, he let Ao Shun know in advance. With Ao Shun protecting his own dragon, he would definitely do his best to hide it. However, paper cannot wrap fire. The best way to hide it is to make it seem legitimate. Furthermore, Gu Hai's frequent actions are a disaster. If the Gungjin sect is destroyed, many people will definitely request to destroy the Han dynasty. At that time, Ao Shun will definitely be the first to ask for help. Gu Hai planned well. Furthermore, he did not consider that the one going to the Gungjin sect would be Ao Shun. Ao Shun was intimidated by Gu Hai this time, feeling exceptionally embarrassed and angry. Naturally, he would be even more eager to volunteer. Everything was just to force Ao Shun to lead the dragon race army to 9-5 Island. Mo Yike showed a sullen expression. Gasp. That can't be, right? The strategists said with unsightly expressions. Who would have thought that Gu Hai planned so deeply? Ao Shun is in danger. Emperor Luyang's expression sank. Mo Yike said bitterly, most importantly, His Majesty is about to start a war with Takashi Ryushin. Right now, he cannot send anyone to 9-5 Island to provide reinforcements. Furthermore, Ao Shun has already been gone for 3 days. Gu Hai. Luyang of Gojoseon showed a sullen expression. Mr. Mo, you said that Gu Hai laid an ambush on 9-5 Island and waited for Crown Prince Ao Shun to fall for it. However, Crown Prince Ao Shun's army is very strong. This time, he brought 1,000 dragon race and 3,000 flood dragon race. How can Gu Hai fight with Ao Shun? A strategist asked with a frown. For now, I am not sure. Mo Yike said bitterly. Could it be that Daqiancheng sent an expert? A strategist asked out of curiosity. If Daqiancheng sent an expert, Ao Shun would indeed be in danger. Mo Yike shook his head and said, it can't be the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's people. Huh? Why? Daqiancheng sent Takashi Ryushin to lead the army this time. This already explains everything. Although His Highness rebelled, he would not use his full power to deal with His Highness. He would only leave it to Takashi Ryushin. Among the Deqian's outstanding talents, only Takashi Ryushin will be there. No one else. Mo Yike said with certainty. Why would he be so nice? Emperor Liu Yang took a deep breath. Because he wants to show the magnanimity of a sage. At least on the surface, he would not send anyone else. Many people in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty are watching. Your Majesty, in the past, you were a meritorious official of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. You helped Daqiancheng obtain the world. If you did not rebel, no matter how lawless you were, he would not do anything to you. Now, he is showing the magnanimity of a sage to all his subjects. Mo Yike explained. Humph. Liu Yang snorted coldly. Clearly, he disdained Daqiancheng's magnanimity. Then what should we do now? A strategist asked worriedly. Mo Yike sighed slightly and said, we have already left for 3 days. Everything is too late. We can only hope that Ao Shun can avert the danger. Sigh, but what? Emperor Liu Yang asked. Ao Shun's mental fortitude is still lacking. Ha! Mo Yike smiled bitterly. What do you mean? A strategist asked in confusion. In the past, he was the Dragon Crown Prince, the heir apparent of the dragon race. But in the end, he was forced to become a sinner. He was even stripped of his position as the dragon race's crown prince. What does this mean? The current dragon crown prince is a person with outstanding means. Ao Shun was the heir apparent in the past. Moreover, the dragon race's supremacy does not care about worldly affairs. He was the only dragon in the dragon race. Without a supremacy, he was the strongest. But even so, he was forced to become a sinner and stripped of his position as the crown prince. Sigh. Mo Yike said bitterly. Does this mean that his mental fortitude is not enough? Say, an emperor was forced by his subjects to be stripped of his throne and reduced to a sinner. What do you think of the emperor's mental fortitude? Mo Yike explained. Also, not long ago, Gu Hai used a spent ritual array, Dugu Chilbai, to scare away Ao Shun. He was scared away. Would his mental fortitude be strong? Mo Yike said bitterly. But he is very strong, a strategist said with a frown. Indeed, he is very strong. I hope that he can suppress 9-5 Island. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. 1000 Island Sea, 9-5 Island, the white cloud flying ship landed in the plaza of the soaring palace hall. Guqin led all the civil and military officials to stand respectfully. Greetings, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The officials bowed respectfully. Guqin showed excitement in his eyes. The officials also showed joy on their faces. His Majesty returned. This was a major matter. His Majesty had been gone for more than half a year. As Gu Hai stood on the flying ship, he looked at the luck above the soaring palace hall and revealed a rare smile. At the side, Gao-chen looked around curiously. You may rise. Gu Hai said indifferently. Thank you, Your Majesty, the officials said excitedly. The flying boat was filled with storage equipment. Chen Tianshan, arrange for people to deal with the spirit stones and manuals on the flying ship. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Tianshan answered. Gao Xianji, bring Gao-chen around. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji said with a smile. You are Gao Xianji. Master said that he would bring you to the divine continent next time. Bring me around. I will sing you a song later. Gao-chen jumped over excitedly. All right. Gao Xianji said with a faint smile. Gu Hai slowly stepped off the flying ship. Then, he looked at the officials before him. My beloved officials, I just returned and am somewhat tired. You can all return first. See you in the morning court session tomorrow. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials said respectfully. Gu Hai made some arrangements before heading to a large, cloudy ritual array in the palace with Guqin. Imperial Father, the news you sent back then was correct. Yesterday, a group of dragons, a Baxia dragon, a flood dragon, and a noble young master arrived. I informed Senior Miao Chen and set up a ritual array to capture them. It seems that one of the one-eyed dragons nearly escaped. If not for Senior Miao Chen and my ritual array, he would have escaped. Guqin said excitedly. One-eyed dragon. That is the Fong. Noble young master. Ha! It is Luan, right? Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. Oh. That is the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. Guqin's expression changed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that I am not too late. Ao Shun will be here in a few days. Ao Shun will be here in a few days. Guqin raised his eyebrows. By the way, is Mu Chenfeng here? Gu Hai asked. He arrived 3 days ago. I have already made arrangements. There is also a group of Trey ants. Guqin thought for a moment and said. Mu Chenfeng is back. That means that he has done what I asked him to do. Ha! Now, we are just waiting for Ao Shun. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Gu Hai and the other two slowly stepped into a large, cloudy ritual array in the palace. The ritual array had a soundproof effect. The outside world could not hear anything inside. Roar! None of you can escape. His Majesty will take revenge for us. Miao Chen, how dare you set up a ritual array to harm me? When the Crown Prince arrives, he will exterminate your entire clan. A roar came from inside. Chains pierced through the bodies of 100 flood dragons, 100 Baxias, 10 dragons, and the Fang. They could not move as they roared. Not far away, Lu An's cultivation was sealed. He was tied to a stone pillar, showing a horrified expression. The Han Dynasty's guards stood in the surroundings. At this moment, the group of guards felt their scalps go numb. These are dragons. When did my Han Dynasty capture so many dragons and Baxias? Montez, Miao Chen, and a few Xuanwu stood nearby, watching coldly. When Gu Hai's group entered the ritual array, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gu Hai, the Fang roared, glaring. Montez's eyes also lit up when he saw Gu Hai. This subject, Montez, greets your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The group of guards said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Senior Miao Chen, thank you for your hard work this time. Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Miao Chen. Miao Chen was an elder of the Xuanwu race. Back then, Shengguan Hen had subdued him and brought his entire race to the seabed near 95 Island. Gu Hai, you finally returned. I only helped you capture the Fang at best. I heard that the Crown Prince said that you wanted to lure Ao Shun over. Ao Shun, I am not a match for him. Miao Chen said bitterly. It's fine. Ao Shun. I have a way to deal with him. You don't have to worry. There is no need for you to make a move, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. Miao Chen felt slightly stunned. Chapter 266. Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Do you know how strong Ao Shun is? Senior Miao Chen, now is not the time to talk about this. I'll tell you in detail later. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Miao Chen. All right. Miao Chen nodded. Gu Hai and Gu Qin stepped forward. They slowly walked over to the group of subdued dragons and flood dragons. 100 flood dragons, 100 Baxias, 10 huge dragons, and 1 Fang. Oh. Right, there is also young Masterin. Ah, we really meet again. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Gu Hai, what do you want? My grandfather is the master of the Deng dynasty. Let me go. Young Masterin said with a trace of fear. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile and said, Young Masterin, do you think that I fear Emperor Liu Yang? Young Master N's expression froze. He knew that Gu Hai was the one who disrupted his grandfather's countless plans. Deng dynasty? Ah. Do you know that Dai Qiansheng wants to see your grandfather rebel the most? He wants to see your grandfather establish a nation. Ha. Ha. Gu Hai guffawed. Ha. What? Dai Qiansheng wants my grandfather to rebel. Why? Young Master N's expression changed. If he does not rebel, how can he have an excuse to kill Liu Yang? It is time to take back Ying province. Gu Hai said indifferently. What do you mean? Dai Qiansheng would have already. Young Master N's expression changed. I'll spare your dog life. The Deng dynasty will be destroyed soon. When Liu Yang's most trusted person works with the Jinmu of Silla to subdue Ying province, let's see what else you, the noble young master, can rely on. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai guffawed. There is a spy by my grandfather's side. The most trusted person. Young Master N's expression changed drastically. Don't you think it's a coincidence that you met my ambush as soon as you arrived? Gu Hai smiled. Spy? Did the spy inform you? Young Master N's expression changed. Crown grandson, don't listen to Gu Hai's nonsense. He is lying to you. Soon, the Emperor will send people to save us. The Crown Prince will also come to save us. Fong roared from not far away. Luan was slightly stunned, not knowing who to believe. However, Gu Hai turned his head to look at the dragons and revealed a cold smile. Crown Prince? Was the Dragon Prince Ao Shun? That was already a thing of the past. The current Crown Prince was called Ao Sheng. Are you expecting Ao Shun to save you? Ha ha ha, what a pity, Fong, you believe in your own strength too much. You want to destroy my Dahan with these dragons and drakes? Humph, Gu Hai, don't be smug. You will cry in due time. Fong said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai looked at Fong coldly, then looked at the dragons and said, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Now, I will give you a chance. Either you submit to me or die. Huh? The dragons stared at Gu Hai in shock. Ha 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 ha, you must be dreaming. Submit? We will submit to you. Gu Hai, you must be dreaming. I, Fong, will not submit to a weakling like you even if I die. Roar. Fong roared with mockery. Gu Hai smiled and said, all right, you are not willing. Montez, kill him. Yes. Montez stepped into the sky. What are you doing? Roar. Fong roared at Montez in shock. Montez was also sweating profusely. Montez was at the 2 nascent soul realm, but Fong was at the peak of the 5 nascent soul realm. The difference was huge. However, Fong was trapped and couldn't move. Montez gritted his teeth. He slashed with the long sword in his hand. Boom! With a slash, Fong's dragon head flew out. Bang! Blood spurted out. Blood splattered on Montez's face. Montez was slightly stunned. Did I just kill a 5 nascent soul realm dragon? If it was in the past, he could only run away when he encountered Fong. But now, he was killed by me. After the initial shock, Montez's eyes flashed with ferocious excitement. This feeling is really good. You really dare to kill me? Fong's head fell to the ground and let out a cry of disbelief. TSK. Montez pierced his sword into Fong's head and completely killed Fong's life force. Hiss! Everyone in the ritual array sucked in a cold breath. The dragons and flood dragons looked at Gu Hai in horror. Finally, they recognized reality. Before them, Gu Hai could kill anyone he wanted. Lu An's head also buzzed. Fong was Ao Shu's most trusted general. How could Xiao Qin kill him just like that? I like Fong's character. He is unyielding and would rather die than surrender. Who else wants to imitate him? Gu Hai asked indifferently. The ritual array fell deathly silent. Be it the dragons or the flood dragons, no one dared to go against Gu Hai anymore. Senior Miao Chen, I'll have to trouble you to seal their cultivations. There is no need for these chains for now, Gu Hai said as he looked at Miao Chen. That's fine too. Miao Chen nodded. Miao Chen made his move and quickly sealed the dragon's cultivations. He also removed the chains and allowed them to heal their injuries. However, no one dared to barge in at this moment. With Montez guarding the dragons, Gu Hai, Gu Qin, and Miao Chen prepared to leave the ritual array. Father, is Mr. Mo's information reliable? Will Ao Shun bring the dragons here soon? Gu Qin asked as he walked. Don't worry. Mr. Mo has been preparing for so many years. How can he not handle such a small matter? We just have to cooperate with him. Gu Hai said indifferently. As they spoke, the three of them stepped out of the ritual array. Not far away, the bound Lu An's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Mo? Impossible. How can Mr. Mo be a spy? He is the person grandfather trusts the most. He is the one who helped grandfather achieve great things. No. Daqiansheng wants grandfather to rebel, so he sent people to bewitch grandfather into rebellion? Also, that day in Silver Moon City, when I confronted Gu Hai, Mr. Mo actually stood on Gu Hai's side and stood on the stranger's side? They must have known each other for a long time. Lu An's expression turned ugly as he thought about it. After leaving the ritual array, Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty Dahan, I know how strong Ao Shun is. I have seen him from afar in the past. I am not his match. I don't understand. What else does the Han dynasty have to deal with him? Can you mobilize the Han dynasty's power? That is only mobilizing the power of a country's citizens. Only the large empires have enough power. Your Han dynasty only has 195 island citizen. What can you do with this little power? However, Gu Hai shook his head and said, Senior Miao Chen, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, you don't have to deal with Ao Shun. I have a way to deal with him. You just need to cooperate. Huh? Miao Chen appeared extremely confused. As they spoke, the three arrived at another fog ritual array. Miao Chen was filled with doubts, but he still followed Gu Hai, hoping to find out what Gu Hai was thinking. There was a huge valley in the middle of the ritual array. At this moment, a large number of tree demons and Mu Chen Feng lived there. Master! Master is here! The group of tree demons immediately rushed over excitedly. Greetings, Master, the tree demons said respectfully. Mu Chen Feng also walked over, showing a bitter expression. Division Master Mu, you have worked hard this time. Gu Hai said with a smile. I'm sorry, Leader Gu. I couldn't. Mu Chen Feng said bitterly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and did not mind. Instead, he took out several large jade boxes with a flip of his hand. This is the heptagold divine water. Repair your dantians first. Gu Hai said to the 2,000-odd tree demons. Many thanks, Master, the tree demons said excitedly. The tree demons quickly poured the heptagold divine water into their dantians, following the method that Huangfu Chaoga taught them in the past. Immediately, the tree demons glowed with a dark green light. Surging life force gushed out, heading for their dantians. My dantian is repairing. Me too. It's so comfortable. It's so warm. Mine feels good too. It will be fine if I get a little more. The tree demons said excitedly. Don't save it. Use it all. After repairing the dantians, use the excess heptagold divine water to replenish your cultivation, Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Many thanks, Master, the tree demons said excitedly. Master, my dantian is repaired. My dantian is fine, one of the tree demons cried out excitedly. Those who have their dantians repaired, help the other tree demons with their dantians. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the tree demons answered. Gu Hai, Gu Qin, Miao Chen, and Mu Chen Feng walked to a large hall not far away. Division Master Gu, you asked me to go to the Northern Sea's Dragon Palace to deliver a letter to the Dragon Crown Prince. I met with the Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Sheng. Furthermore, I gave the letter you wrote to the Dragon Crown Prince. He also read it. Mu Chen Feng said bitterly. Oh. Look for the Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Sheng. Write a letter to him. Miao Chen's expression changed, then turned to joy. Right. Ao Sheng pushed Ao Shun down from his position as the Dragon Crown Prince. Naturally, he would be very sensitive to Ao Shun. I told you to use Elite Hall's identity to meet with Ao Sheng, saying that Ao Shun rebelled and wanted to take back his position as the Dragon Crown Prince. He would definitely meet with you. Sin dragons are not allowed to leave the borders, and Sin dragons listen to the orders of the Deqian dynasty. These are all evidence. Ao Sheng obtained the position of Dragon Crown Prince through a rebellion. Naturally, he hopes that Ao Shun will disappear from this world. You wrote a letter to Ao Sheng. You wanted Ao Sheng to come to 9-5 Island to deal with Ao Shun. Why didn't I think of that? Miao Qin said happily. Mu Chenfeng said bitterly, Ao Sheng refused to come. Huh? Miao Chen's expression froze. Ao Sheng received me for a while and then let me stay in the Dragon Palace for 2 days. He said that he was going into closed-door cultivation and would not receive me. So, I came back. Mu Chenfeng said bitterly. Ao Sheng is avoiding suspicion. He refused to make a move to deal with Ao Shun. What should we do now? Miao Qin said with an unsightly expression. Even Ao Sheng refused to come. This means that some of the dragon race's doyens support Ao Shun. Ao Sheng did not want to take this risk to stabilize the dragon race, right? Gu Qin analyzed from the side. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. It is enough to get this news. Huh? Ao Sheng refused to help you. How can you still smile? Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Ao Sheng and I are not related in any way. Why would he help me? Gu Hai smiled. Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Then, didn't Mu Chenfeng go to the Dragon Palace for nothing? She did not go for nothing. Mu Chenfeng went to the Northern Sea Dragon Palace to test Ao Sheng's attitude. On the other hand, she recorded Ao Sheng's tone and words. Gu Hai said with a smile. What's the use of recording? Without Ao Sheng, how are you going to deal with Ao Shun? Miao Chen asked worriedly. Who said that I don't have Ao Sheng? Gu Hai smiled. Didn't you say that Ao Sheng was not coming? Miao Chen asked, feeling confused. Indeed. Ao Sheng is not coming. However, I can create an Ao Sheng. Gu Hai smiled. Create an Ao Sheng. Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Do you think that Ao Sheng is made of clay? You can casually create one. Chapter 267. Dahan Imperial Palace, inside the array. Gao Xianji brought Gao Chen here again. Looking at Gao Chen, Gao Xianji broke out in a cold sweat. Lord Gao, you are the one who understands art. You actually listened to 2 of my songs. My master told me not to sing for you for the time being. I will sing for you in the future. Gao Chen said excitedly. He finally met a soulmate. Putting aside those ignorant children in the past, this Gao Xianji actually clapped after listening to 2 of his songs. He was so touched. Gao Xianji's face turned pale. At that time, she clapped just to interrupt Gao Chen's intoxicated state. If he didn't stop talking, she would have attacked. Sing again. That's enough, Gao Chen. In the future, without Gao Xianji's permission, you are not allowed to sing to Gao Xianji. Gu Hai scolded. Ah. No, Lord Gao likes my songs. Gao Chen retorted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji bowed to Gu Hai gratefully. Gao Chen. Mu Chenfeng, I have a general idea of Ao Sheng's tone and way of speaking. You have also practiced zither, so you should be very sensitive to sounds. Describe the specific characteristics of Ao Sheng's voice to Gao Chen and describe it clearly. Gu Hai said. Yes. Mu Chenfeng nodded solemnly. After a long description, Gao Chen had already grasped Ao Sheng's voice. Gaochen, your task later is to amplify my voice and transform it into Ao Sheng's voice. Gu Hai said Gaochen solemnly. Ah. That's easy. Gaochen nodded. Gaochen was a heaven-grade zither, so it was extremely easy for him to adjust his voice. After a few tries, he amplified Gu Hai's tone, sentences, and cadence, but changed his voice to Ao Sheng's. That's right. That is indeed Ao Sheng's voice. Although I have not heard it for several hundred years, I am certain. Miao Qin nodded. That's good. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. But, is this enough? Ao Shun isn't a fool, Miao Qin said blankly. That's why I need all the Traiants, as well as your several hundred Xuanwu experts to help me. When the time comes, listen to my orders and follow my arrangements, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Miao Qin said blankly. 3 days later. On the Thousand Islands Sea, a dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens. Outside 95 Island, the dragons abandoned the flying ship and flew towards the Dahan Imperial Palace on 95 Island. Ao Shun stepped forward and stood on the head of a huge dragon. Then, he looked coldly in the direction of the Dahan Imperial Palace in the distance. That place was too eye-catching. With surging luck surging in the air, it was hard not to notice that it was the Imperial Palace. There were many dragons, 1,000 huge dragons, 3,000 flood dragons, and Baxia flying in the air. The vast numbers gave off ferocious auras and ferocious auras. Dark clouds covered the sky, accompanying Ao Shun. Wherever the dragons went, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. The Han Dynasty's luck. You stole it from the Gengjin sect, right? Humph. The Han Dynasty. It only has one island, and it dares to call itself a dynasty. Ao Shun showed an icy expression. Your Highness, that's the place. Gu Hai's son and his subordinates must be there. Hey! Why is there no sign of the Fang leader? That's right. The Fang leader and the others should have arrived early. The dragons were puzzled. Ao Shun's eyes were cold. The rolling dark clouds carried the torrential rain toward the Dahan Imperial Palace. Look, there are so many dragons. Dragons? So many. Are those flood dragons? No, there are huge dragons. They are real dragons. As the torrential rain poured down, countless civilians showed terrified expressions. The dragons did not suppress their violent auras. Instead, they completely released them. As soon as the auras of panic appeared, countless civilians below showed terrified expressions. They were pressured by this aura to the point that they could not breathe. It was as if the sky was falling. Countless civilians showed fear. As for the countless cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea, their scalps went numb. How did the Han Dynasty provoke so many dragons? This is the aura of anger. Are these dragons here to destroy the Han Dynasty? It's over. The Han Dynasty is finished. Countless cultivators showed fear. They wanted to avoid this disaster, but they were also filled with curiosity. Gu Hai was a legendary figure of the Thousand Islands Sea. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? How did he provoke so many experts? The attack of the dragons was basically sweeping through the Thousand Islands Sea. Countless cultivators gathered in the direction of the Imperial Palace out of curiosity. There were also some island masters from the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, they were also surprised. They resisted the pressure and flew in the direction of the Imperial Palace. In the direction of the Imperial Palace, a large number of Yuanying state experts from the Thousand Islands Sea were nailed to a stone wall. In less than a year, Gu Hai was going to suffer retribution. There were countless busybodies. At this moment, the Imperial Casino next to the Imperial Palace gathered the most cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea. In the middle of the race, all the horses suddenly fled in all directions in fear. What's going on? Many gamblers were confused. Rumble. Thunder roared in the distance. All the gamblers turned their heads to look. Hiss. When they turned their heads to look, they all sucked in cold breaths. To the cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea, the battle between a flood dragon and a Bashya was already shocking enough. However, there were thousands of flood dragons and Baxyas in the distance. There were also thousands of flood dragons and Abashya dragons charging at the Imperial Palace furiously. What's going on? Many gamblers quickly left in fear. However, there were also many curious gamblers who stayed behind in amazement. Sima Changkong had already waited on the rooftop of the villa with his subordinates. This place had the best view. They are finally here. Ha! A light flashed in Sima Changkong's eyes. Milord, Gu Hai's Han dynasty is finished. This time, Ao Shun actually brought such a large dragon race army. 3,000 flood dragons and 1,000 huge dragons. A subordinate said in shock. That's right. That's what makes it interesting. Sima Changkong's eyes lit up. As Sima Changkong spoke, he turned to look in the direction of the Imperial Palace. This time, the Imperial Palace seemed extremely calm. The cloud formation that was normally active was now completely open. It was like the gates were wide open. Anyone could charge in. In the past, some of the Thousand Island Sea's underlings would have tried to sneak in. But now, who would dare to? Those thousands of huge dragons seemed to have come to destroy the Han dynasty. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went in? Milord, you didn't even set up a formation. What is Gu Hai relying on? A subordinate asked in confusion. Sima Changkong also frowned. In the distance, Ao Shun stepped on the head of a huge dragon and arrived near the Imperial Palace. Seeing the Imperial Palace's wide-open gates, Ao Shun raised an eyebrow. The Han royal dynasty's capital should have noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. Why was there no reaction at all? Ong! 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 The dragons roared, charging at the Dahan Imperial Palace with an even greater ferocious might. The Dahan Imperial Palace remained extremely calm. The guards in the surroundings remained motionless, showing no fear. Boom! With a rumble, the dragons arrived near the Dahan Imperial Palace. However, Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and slowed down. The dragons were confused. Crown Prince, something is wrong. This Dahan Imperial Palace has no reaction to our arrival, the huge dragon under Ao Shun said. Who cares? Crown Prince, let's just flatten this Imperial Palace first. After I capture a few people, we can find out where Gu Hai's son is, another huge dragon said with a ferocious expression. Ao Shun was about to nod. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura soared into the sky from the soaring hall of the Imperial Palace. All of a sudden, rolling dark clouds appeared out of thin air, and the newly emerged dark clouds clashed violently with the dark clouds summoned by the dragons. Boom! Crack! The two dark clouds clashed, and the soaring hall's aura immediately withdrew. The dark clouds in the sky also vanished. The Heavenly Palace's aura. Suddenly, the expression of one of the huge dragons changed. The thousands of huge dragons instantly stopped outside the Imperial Palace and looked coldly at the soaring hall in the distance. The Heavenly Palace's aura and the heavenly phenomenon disappeared. However, the aura of the thousands of huge dragons suddenly froze. Duguchobai. Humph. Ao Shun's expression turned cold, showing a ferocious expression. He thought that it was Duguchobai, who embarrassed him last time. Guqin, Dahan officials, get out here. Ao Shun said coldly again. The doors to the soaring hall opened. Guqin led the civil and military officials and slowly walked out of the hall. When the officials left the hall, many of them looked up at the thousands of huge dragons and felt their scalps go numb. However, they still pretended to be calm. Guqin stood at the very front. At this moment, he did not show any panic. Instead, he showed a faint smile. The dragons were slightly stunned when they saw that. Crown Prince, it's him. He's Guqin, Gu Hai's eldest son. I've seen his portrait, a huge dragon shouted. Crown Prince, I'll catch him, another black dragon shouted. Crown Prince? Ha, you dragons! How dare you? Who is the Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan? Are you trying to establish another dragon palace? Guqin laughed coldly. Ao Shun glanced at his surroundings. How could this palace not have any defenses? Didn't Mr. Mo's information say that this imperial palace was surrounded by a formation? Why was there no formation at all? How dare you? Crown Prince, I'll catch him. How dare a puny Dahan try to fool us? The black dragon rushed down as if he wanted to claim credit. Whoosh! The huge dragon rushed over. Its huge dragon claws seemed to be about to tear through the soaring hall, tear apart the officials, and grab Guqin. Guqin stood there without moving. He looked on coldly as if he was not afraid. The charging black dragon had a face full of doubt. This person was crazy. Was he not afraid of death? Just as he was about to reach the soaring hall, a voice suddenly came from the soaring hall. Chapter 268. In a large hall in the Great Han Royal Palace, Luan was still bound. He had a horrified expression on his face as Meng Tai stood beside him, staring at him coldly. Holding a dirty long sword in his hand, he placed the body of the sword on Lu En's shoulder and wiped the dirty sword with Lu En's clothes. But facing Meng Tai, Luan had a look of terror, afraid that Meng Tai's sword would accidentally cut him into two. Rumble. Roar. 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 Outside, the roars of the dragons could be heard. It's Ao Shun. They're here. Crown Prince Ao Shun and the others are here. Great. Luan suddenly became excited. Huh. Montez narrowed his eyes and suddenly cut open Lu En's clothes with his sword. I won't shout. I won't shout. Luan said in fear. Okay. Montez said indifferently. Why you're Montez? Ao Shun is here with the dragons. The Han dynasty is definitely finished. Let me go, and I'll recommend you to my grandfather. He'll definitely give you a high position. As long as you can save me, I'll repay you heavily. Luan said carefully. TSK. You? Repay me? The Daing dynasty is about to be destroyed, and you still want to give me a high position? Ha! Montez sneered. Impossible. My Daing dynasty is countless times stronger than the Han dynasty. Furthermore, once Ao Shun arrives, the Han dynasty will be razed to the ground. Luan said in disbelief. Do you think Ao Shun can walk out alive? Montez sneered. Impossible. You can't possibly be Ao Shun's match. Luan said with an unsightly expression. Meng Tai revealed a disdainful smile, but he did not explain. Luan had a complicated expression. He could not understand. How could Gu Hai deal with Ao Shun? Impossible. However, why was Montez so certain? There must be a problem somewhere, there must be a problem somewhere. Could it be that Mr. Mo was De Qian's spy as I guessed? That's right. No one could find out about Mr. Mo's background, not even Grandpa. Could it be that there was something wrong with him? Once a person's thoughts reached a dead end, they would continue to drill in. Especially for someone like Luan, who thought that he was very smart, he was even more so in his own mind. That's impossible. If Mr. Mo is really a spy, did he deliberately use us as bait to lure out Ao Shun's dragons so that he could capture them all? There's only one possibility. Did the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty send experts to wait here? Luan analyzed. Sure enough, there was a commotion in the outside world. Ao Sheng's voice suddenly rang out. Buzz! Elvian suddenly quivered, his mind roaring. Ao Sheng. That's right. I saw Ao Sheng with Grandpa last time. This is Ao Sheng's voice. It's true. Is everything true? Luan confirmed his guess in horror. Montez was not afraid because Ao Sheng was here. Mr. Mo was a spy. Was it true? Was everything true? Luan fell into panic. It was over. Was everything over? Montez, who was standing at the side, sneered. However, Luan did not notice that Montez's palm was already wet with sweat. Montez was also nervous. Hearing the commotion outside, Montez slowly sheathed his long sword according to Gu Hai's request. The moment the sword returned to its scabbard, Luan suddenly screamed, Crown Prince Ao Shun, save me! Outside the soaring palace hall. Fang's head flew out, and the dragons all stopped abruptly. The dragon race forbade killing each other. Killing each other would be demoted to a sinful dragon. But now, Fang was actually killed. Prince Ao Shun had a total of 8 leaders under him. Fang was one of the 8 leaders, and he was one of the stronger ones. How could Prince Ao Shun kill him just like that? Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and stared at the soaring palace hall. Ao Sheng. Why was he here? The dragons were in an uproar. They all looked at Ao Shun, waiting for Ao Shun's orders. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded from a side hall not far away. Prince Ao Shun, help! Huh? Ao Shun's expression changed. Was that Luan's voice? Ao Shun reached out and lifted it. Rumble. The roof not far away exploded, and they saw the flustered and exasperated Montez inside. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Luan's throat. Do you want to die? Montez glared. My grandfather is in danger. Mo Yike is a Deqian spy. He set up a trap to kill you. Luan suddenly screamed. Bastard! Meng Tai knocked Luan unconscious with a palm strike. He hugged Luan and placed his sword on Luan's neck. How dare you! The dragons roared angrily. If you move, I'll kill him. Montez's expression was ferocious. Ao Shun glared. He was about to speak. A voice suddenly sounded from the soaring palace hall. I'm responsible for the dragon race's crimes, but I shouldn't care about Lu Yang's crimes. I spared Lu En's life. Ha, he's Lu Yang's son after all. I shouldn't kill him. Ao Sheng's voice sounded from the soaring palace hall. Ao Shun and the dragons froze. They looked at Luan, who was being restrained by Montez, with complicated expressions. However, they didn't make a move in the end. At least Luan wouldn't die for the time being. But what did Luan mean by his words? Below, Meng Tai restrained Luan, breaking out in a cold sweat. This was like walking on a tightrope. Fortunately, the dragons did not move, as the emperor expected. At the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Gu Qin looked at Luan in the distance and sighed. Lu En's shout was not part of his father's plan. However, his father wanted to make the plan more perfect, so he finally finalized the arrangement. Using a useless teammate to trick a teammate. This was a dangerous move. His father didn't make a mistake in choosing Montez. Mo Yike is a Deqian spy. Impossible. Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince, no, Mo Yike didn't stop you from bringing us here. Mo Yike's identity has always been a mystery. Mo Yike deliberately set up a trap. Mo Yike and Ao Sheng discussed this. He's the Crown Prince. He wouldn't harm the Emperor. The dragons were in an uproar. In the Royal Casino Resort, Sima Changkong looked at the scene in the distance and frowned. Mo Yike? Is he His Holiness's man? Deliberately set up a trap and asked Ao Sheng to ambush Ao Shun here? What an obvious reason. What an obvious fact. In this way, Ao Sheng's presence here was much more justified. This dispelled a lot of doubts. Unfortunately, I know best that Mo Yike is definitely not His Holiness's man. Otherwise, His Highness would have known. But, what if His Holiness secretly arranged this? A subordinate whispered. Sima Changkong frowned. No, Gu Hai is telling a story. Huh? A few of his subordinates were confused. Gu Hai is telling a story to the dragons. The purpose of the story is to prove that the person in the Soaring Palace Hall is Ao Sheng. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. Isn't the person in the Soaring Palace Hall Ao Sheng? A subordinate was confused. Sima Changkong shook his head lightly. The story isn't over yet. Don't make a fuss. The subordinates were confused. Why couldn't they understand what His Highness was saying? Ao Shun looked at the Soaring Palace Hall with an ugly expression. Could it be that Mr. Mo was really a Deqian spy? Was he setting me up? Did he ask Ao Sheng to set up a trap and wait for me here? If that was the case, then it was terrifying. The Deng dynasty was in danger. Had all the arrangements he had made all these years become a joke? Was it true? Was what Luan said true? Crown Prince, no matter what, Ao Sheng probably didn't bring any troops here. Maybe we can kill him and get rid of this traitor. A red dragon leader said coldly. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Was that right? Ha! Brother Wang, your subordinates are really interesting. Yes, I'm alone and didn't bring anyone. Why don't you come in and take a look? Ao Sheng's voice was heard. The dragons were stunned. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, surging dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sea around 9-5 Island. The dark clouds appeared for a short while before disappearing abruptly. The dragons turned their heads to look. They saw a huge dragon tail occasionally emerging from the sea in the distance. Then, it instantly dove into the sea. No dragon could be seen on the surface of the sea, but at a place not too deep in the sea, one could vaguely see a giant dragon swimming at the bottom of the sea. Only a black shadow could be seen, but that was enough. It was definitely a giant dragon. It was not just one. There were 10 huge dragon shadows swimming in the depths of the sea. There were not 10 but 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 dragons. Earlier, when the dragons barged into 9-5 Island, they did not carefully observe what was at the bottom of the sea. Now that they looked carefully, they immediately inhaled sharply. There were at least 10,000 huge dragons surrounding us. Were dragons all around 9-5 Island? Brother Wang, you and I are brothers in the end. It is not good for your subordinates to interrupt when we are talking. Ao Sheng's voice rang out. The expressions of the huge dragons, who had been showing ferocious expressions earlier, froze. This was especially so for the red dragon leader, who had instigated Ao Sheng to kill him. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. At the same time, at the bottom of the sea in the distance a group of tree men and Xuanwu dragged huge stone dragons as they swam in the depths of the sea. Be more careful. The stone dragons are deeper. It's fine as long as you can see a black shadow. Don't expose yourself. Also, my Xuanwu race tried to connect with the dark clouds at the same time. You did not cooperate well enough. You were too slow. Be careful. Don't make any more mistakes. One Xuanwu scolded another Xuanwu in the distance. Yes, Grandpa. That Xuanwu replied apologetically. On the other side, a tree man used a tree branch to grab 5 stone dragons and swam in the depths of the sea. He frowned and said to another tree man, "Don't be polite to that huge dragon just now. They came with Fong to capture young master." Their cultivation has been sealed. Just grab their heads and let their tails come out of the sea occasionally. Tighten your grip. If another huge dragon wants to show its head out of the sea, it will expose us. Just kill it. Yes. The tree man not far away answered. Royal Casino Resort, Sima Changkong was not standing high enough, so his field of vision was not wide enough. However, he instantly guessed what was going on. His expression suddenly changed. I understand. I understand. Stone dragons. Are they reincarnating in someone else's body? I was almost confused. Ah. A subordinate at the side did not understand. The first step is to be suspicious. The second step is to be confused. The third step is to appear. Gu Hai told a good story. Sima Changkong exclaimed with a frown. Ah. Sir, you mean that group of stone dragons made Ao Shun and the others think that they are real dragons? A subordinate at the side asked. Yes, Gu Hai used 3 steps to tell us 3 things. Sima Changkong exclaimed. What? The first step is to be suspicious. Telling you that what you hear with your ears may not be true. The second step is to be confused. Even if the most trusted person tells you something, it may not be true. The third step is to appear. What you see with your own eyes may not be true. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. It's not true. The one in the soaring sky hall should be Ao Sheng, right? A subordinate said blankly. Yes, sir, I feel that Ao Sheng is inside. Another subordinate frowned. Sima Changkong did not pay attention to it. However, he heard Ao Sheng's voice coming from the soaring sky hall again. Brother Wang, do you still remember back then? I was not the crown prince, and you were not the crown prince either. At the very least, we were not as opposed to each other back then. Back then, you were the elder brother, and I was the younger brother. How good would that have been? Ha! Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. The fourth step is to plead. Just to prove that the one in the soaring sky hall is Ao Sheng, Gu Hai laid the groundwork for so long and told such a long story. Sima Changkong looked gravely into the distance. Even his subordinates were confused. What more the dragons in the sky? Elder brother. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Do you still treat me as an elder brother? Ao Shun glared at him with resentment. Back then is back then. What did you do for me? However, it's not like I didn't do anything for you. Have you forgotten? Or do you only remember your part? Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. My lord, it must be Ao Sheng inside. Otherwise, how would he know about Ao Shun's childhood? A subordinate retorted. Sima Changkong looked at his subordinates and could not be bothered to explain. Ao Sheng's voice sounded like he was talking about the brother's childhood, but his words were not specific at all. He completely needed the other party to fill in the blanks. This was the art of language. He did not say anything, but you heard a lot. Back then? Do you still remember back then? Back then, you were bullied. I chased after that octopus demon for thousands of miles and was almost swallowed by it. What did you do for me? You only asked for a vitality replenishing pill from my father. You wanted to go out to play, so I secretly took you out behind my father's back. When I came back, I was punished, but you were completely fine. Do you still remember me, your elder brother? You forced me to step down from the position of crown prince and stole my position. This is my good younger brother. You are really my good younger brother. Ao Shun roared with a ferocious expression. The dragons fell silent. Brother Wang, we have to grow up. We are no longer the same as before. Isn't that right? You used to be the crown prince, but you are not anymore. You and I are brothers after all. I don't want to fight to the death the moment we meet. I will stay in this hall and not come out to meet you for the time being. Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. Ha, you don't want to fight to the death, but you want to set up an ambush for me? Anger flashed in Ao Shun's eyes. In the distance, Sima Changkong sighed softly. Ha, you don't want to come out because you don't want to meet? What a pretentious excuse for a brother. After a conversation between family members, no matter what shameless story it is, it works. Ha, it is Ao Sheng in the Soaring Sky Hall. Huh? Sir, it is Ao Sheng in there in the first place? A subordinate asked curiously. Sima Changkong looked at his subordinates and sighed softly. Even his subordinates were fooled, let alone the dragons in the sky. Gu Hai used 4 steps. Suspicion, confusion, appearance, and pleading. He had already made it clear. It was no longer important who was in the Soaring Sky Hall. In the hearts of the dragons, that was Ao Sheng. Gu Hai's story had already achieved its effect. Ao Sheng was successfully created. Chapter 269. Ha! You don't want to fight to the death, but you set up an ambush for me? Anger flashed in Ao Shun's eyes. Ao Shun directly tore apart the mask of brotherly affection that Ao Sheng had put up and questioned Ao Sheng. The dragons immediately fell silent, waiting for Ao Sheng's answer. You said that your brotherly affection was deep. Not only did you snatch the crown prince position, but you even set up an ambush for your elder brother. Is this brotherly affection? The soaring palace hall fell silent, and so did the surroundings. Countless cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea held their breaths. This was the dragon race's battle for the position of heir apparent. No one dared to disturb the confrontation between the 2 crown princes. After a long silence, Ao Sheng's voice came from the soaring palace hall again. Sigh. Ao Sheng's sigh was heard. Ao Shun, who was high in the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Wang, do you really think that I set up an ambush for you? If I were to set up an ambush for you, would I be waiting for you here alone? Ao Sheng sighed slightly. The dragons were confused. Ao Shun did not understand. All the spectating cultivators also revealed surprised expressions. Brother Wang, you are not suitable to be the crown prince. Imperial father does not care about worldly affairs. If you lead the dragons, it will be disadvantageous to our dragon race. For the sake of our dragon race's prosperity, I temporarily took over the crown prince position. Ao Sheng's voice rang out. Ha 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 ha. What a great excuse. I am not suitable. You are suitable. Ao Shun said coldly. Since Brother Wang asked today, I will let Brother Wang understand why you are not suitable. Ao Sheng's voice carried confidence. Oh. Ao Shun looked at the soaring palace hall coldly. Brother Wang, I already said it. Don't be unconvinced. Ha. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's talk about the dragons you brought. Are they the dragons you trust the most? Are they the most loyal to you? Are they willing to hand their lives over to you? Ao Sheng said with a trace of disdain. Of course. These are my subordinates. Of course they are loyal to me. Ao Shun replied coldly. What if I say no? Ao Sheng said calmly. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Do you know how much of this was arranged by me? They are just monitoring you, do you know that? Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. That's impossible. These were all turned into sin dragons because of your persecution. Ao Shun immediately cried out. However, for some reason, he suddenly panicked. Really? Ha, actually, there's no need to hide it anymore. After today, those who should return will return. Ao Sheng's voice sounded. Ao Sheng finished speaking. Suddenly, a white dragon flew out from the group of dragons. Prince Ao Shun, my apologies. White Dragon immediately flew to the other side of the soaring sky hall. It seemed to be standing on the same side as Ao Sheng, opposing Ao Shun. Leader White. The dragons were in an uproar. Prince Ao Shun, my apologies. Many thanks for your appreciation. A blue dragon immediately flew out and flew together with the white dragon. Leader Blue. The dragons were shocked again. Prince Ao Shun, my apologies. Prince Ao Shun, my apologies. One after another, giant dragons flew out and stood opposite Ao Shun. At the entrance of the soaring sky hall, Gu Qin was excited. His father was right. Prince Ao Sheng was a scheming person. He would not leave Ao Shun alone. He would definitely send his own people to spy on Ao Shun. As expected. However, he did not expect so much. Ao Sheng actually sent so many spies. One by one, giant dragons flew out of the group and stood opposite Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression became more and more unsightly. Around them, countless cultivators had already widened their eyes. Wasn't this scene too strange? These dragons were all sent by Prince Ao Sheng. They were sent to spy on Ao Shun. The waters of the dragon clan were too deep. In the distance, where Sima Changkong was. My lord, these dragons were all sent by Prince Ao Sheng to spy on Ao Shun. Prince Ao Sheng asked them to come out, and they came out. One of the subordinates exclaimed. Sima Changkong shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, did you notice Ao Sheng's tone? He did not ask them to come out directly. They came out on their own accord. Huh? The subordinates were slightly stunned. Ao Sheng's tone only said, yes. He did not say, all of you come out. Sima Changkong shook his head. Is there a difference? The subordinates were puzzled. Of course there is a difference. What if there is no? Then it's fine even if there is no. Sima Changkong shook his head. But, there really is. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Ao Sheng's words are ambiguous. He only led them in a direction, dug a hole, and waited for the dragons to jump in themselves. It can't be. How can the dragons? That's because the story was told well. It was divided into 4 steps and proved to the dragons that it was Ao Sheng. The dragons all believed that he was Ao Sheng. Now, the second step can continue. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. Indeed, in just a short while. The 2 leaders led 300 dragons and separated from the dragons and stood opposite of Ao Shun. Although they were apologetic, they were more determined. They were Ao Sheng's subordinates. Ao Shun came with 3,000 wyverns and 1,000 dragons. In the blink of an eye, there were already 300 dragons standing opposite him. Ao Shun's expression was very ugly. Little white, little blue, good, 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 good. I trusted you so much. You actually. Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. Before Little Blue and I became leaders, we made countless contributions. It was the prince who sent the dragons to help us do it to gain your trust. The leader of the white dragons said in a deep voice. Humph. Ao Shun snorted angrily. He was very irritated. Brother Wang, don't be angry. The ones who should be angry have yet to come. This is only the first batch. There will be a second batch. Do you believe me? Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. Buzz. The expressions of the dragons changed. They looked at each other. There were enemies around them. Impossible. The rest are all loyal to me. Ao Shun said coldly. Is that so? Why don't I ask? Ao Sheng's voice was very calm. The dragons suddenly fell silent, but they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The second batch? Well, who should I ask? Well, let's ask this group of wyverns. It seems that Brother Wang didn't treat them as his own kind in the past. They were just ordinary death squads. Do you think they will be loyal to you? Wyverns, Baxia. I'll give you one chance now, just one. Stand on Brother Wang's side and become my enemy. Or stand on my side and become my enemy. Choose immediately. Choose my side, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Choose my Brother Wang's side. Ha, I won't say any more. You know it yourselves. Ao Xing's tone was very calm. Ao Xing finished speaking. Suddenly, a wyvern shouted, Prince Ao Sheng, I'm willing to abandon the darkness and join the light. Prince Ao Sheng, I was forced. A Baxia shouted. Prince Ao Sheng, I'm willing to be loyal to you. A large group of wyverns immediately cried out in alarm. They quickly flew away from the group of wyverns and headed for the first batch of wyverns that had betrayed them, standing opposite Ao Shun. You bastards! Ao Shun roared, glaring at the wyverns. The wyverns stood in line. The shocking scene shocked countless cultivators who were watching from all directions. Wasn't this too exaggerated? 3,000 wyverns left in the blink of an eye. No, there were still 300 wyverns left. However, there were only 300 wyverns. 2,700 wyverns all stood on Ao Xing's side. Earlier, Ao Shun's group was huge. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Ao Shun's group was much smaller than Ao Shun's. There were only 700 wyverns and 300 wyverns left. In the distance, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Normally, I put the wyverns outside the formation. Now, the wyverns won't reciprocate. What a psychological pressure. Not only did you suppress Ao Shun, but you also suppressed the group of wyverns. Ao Shun glared at Ao Shun angrily. Brother Wang, no matter what, you and I are brothers. No matter what, brothers will not kill each other to the death, right? Ao Xing's voice rang out again. Ao Shun gritted his teeth and looked coldly at the soaring palace hall. Brothers will not kill each other to the death. Aren't you doing this to deal with me? Ao Shun retorted coldly. There is a limit to how much I can deal with you, isn't there? Otherwise, how can I explain it to Royal Father? Ao Xing said sullenly. Ao Shun's expression turned gloomy. I said so much just to tell you one thing. You are really not suitable to be the crown prince. Just now, that was the second batch. Do you believe that there is a third batch of wyverns behind you? Ao Xing's voice rang out again. Impossible. The remaining ones are the ones I trust the most. Ao Shun said coldly. The ones you trust the most might not be the ones most loyal to you. How about this? I'll get them to come out and let you see clearly. Ao Xing's voice rang out. However, Ao Shun felt his scalp go numb, and his entire body turned cold. Impossible. Impossible. The surrounding cultivators all stared with wide eyes. There's more. However, Sima Changkong found it funny. You're trying to poach the other party's people in front of them, angering them. You're still trying to calm the other party down, not letting him fly into a rage. Ha! You're a whore, but you still want to set up a chastity memorial arch. However, the effect is pretty good. At least Ao Shun did not let his anger get to his head and immediately charge into the soaring palace hall. Ah! Milord, what did you say? A subordinate asked in confusion. Sima Changkong shook his head and did not explain. The third batch? Ha, Brother Wang, your subordinates are sin dragons. You think they are loyal to you, but do you know that their loyalty to you might not be able to withstand a single word from me? Now, the remaining dragons, I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you stand on my side immediately and become enemies with the rebels, your past sins will be written off. From now on, you will no longer be sin dragons, and you will return to your former identities. I'll return all of your past sins to you. Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. However, the expressions of the huge dragons behind Ao Shun suddenly changed. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, are you serious? A yellow dragon suddenly cried out in alarm. Brother Wang, you are talking about the dragons in the dragon clan who support you, right? Ha, do you think I would come today if I didn't clean up the dragon clan? Ao Sheng said with a faint smile. Ao Shun quivered. What did you say? Ao Sheng said indifferently, if you don't believe me, you can try shouting and see if there are any subordinates you arranged among the dragons I brought this time, or if there are any who secretly support you. If there is even one, I will immediately turn around and leave. How about it? Ao Shun's expression changed, and he turned to look at the surrounding sea. There were more than 10,000 dragons hiding at the bottom of the sea. There were definitely some who secretly supported him. Uncle Lin, come out. Ao Shun roared. The surrounding sea was calm. Ao Shun's expression changed. Uncle Jen, you said that you have already formed a team and are waiting for the right time to help me restore the Dragon Clan. The team is already hiding in the various branches of the Dragon Clan. Come out now, come out. Those who support me, come out. Roar. Ao Shun roared at the sky. Ao Shun's voice spread to the surrounding sea, causing the surrounding sea to tremble. However, the surrounding sea was silent. Not a single dragon stood out to support Ao Shun. The cold reality seemed to have crushed Ao Shun in an instant. Ao Shun's face turned ashen as he looked at the soaring sky hall in shock. Where were the dragons who supported him? Did they betray him? Were they captured by Ao Sheng? Or were they killed by Ao Sheng? Despair filled Ao Shun's entire body. As for the dragons who had just stood on Ao Sheng's side, their scalps went numb as they let out a long sigh. Fortunately, they did not stand on the wrong side. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Crown Prince Ao Sheng was too terrifying. Not far away, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile, every sentence in the second stage is heart-wrenching. Is it a horror story? Look at how scared Ao Shun is. Chapter 270. Betrayal. 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 Ao Sheng asked 3 times, and the subordinates he brought with him betrayed him 3 times. In the blink of an eye, only 300 giant dragons and 300 wyverns remained loyal to him. Ao Shun was filled with despair. Am I really not suitable to be the crown prince? Almost all of them betrayed me in such a short time. However, at this moment, not a single one of the more than 10,000 dragons in the surrounding sea region came out to support him. In an instant, Ao Shun felt that everything in front of him had turned dark. What a good idea. Ao Shun revealed a bitter smile. When Ao Shun was ousted from his position as the crown prince, he was only angry but not dejected. This was because Ao Shun firmly believed that he would be able to make a comeback one day. This was because there were many dragons in the dragon race who were loyal to him. He just didn't want the dragon race to fight among themselves. If he had raised his hand, thousands of dragons would have responded. However, at this moment, Ao Shun suddenly realized that he had been overthinking everything. No one supported him, only the 300 giant dragons and 300 wyverns behind him. Am I really not suitable to be the crown prince? Ao Shun revealed a pessimistic expression. Suddenly, Ao Shun's expression changed. Wait, where is Uncle Lin? Where is Uncle Jen? They are not here. Why are they not here? Ao Shun stared at the soaring palace hall. They? Ha, Brother Wang, what do you think you would do if I were you? Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. Wang Ling still did not answer directly, but Ao Shun's expression changed drastically when he heard this. You killed them. You killed Uncle Lin. You killed Uncle Jen. Ao Sheng, they watched you grow up. You actually killed them. Ao Shun was about to explode. They are not dead yet. Ao Sheng's voice sounded at the right time, instantly extinguishing Ao Shun's anger. Not dead. Not dead. Ao Shun stared at the soaring palace hall. However, it's about time. Inciting internal strife in the dragon tribe is the same as plotting against the dragon tribe. It's a capital offense. Ao Sheng said coldly. Death penalty? No, no, how could Uncle Lin and Uncle Jen die? Ao Sheng, don't kill them. They are our closest kin. Don't kill them. Ao Shun said in despair. Brother Wang, as I said earlier, we have all grown up. Not only our bodies, but also our hearts. If we make a mistake, we will eventually be punished. I don't care how close we are. Brother Wang, I hope you can see the situation clearly. Ao Sheng refused. Crown Prince, let's fight it out with them. A giant dragon behind Ao Shun said in despair. Roar. The dragons on the other side roared. Clearly, they could not afford to fight. They were at the end of the road, and heroes were short of breath. The battle for the position of heir apparent had always been cruel, no matter which race it was. Fight it out and die together. No, they would only support him. Even if all the dragons were slaughtered, he, Ao Sheng, would not suffer a single loss. Crown Prince, how could we lose? How could we lose? Crown Prince, we will always support you. You are our Crown Prince. We only recognize you. Crown Prince, if you want me to die, I will never blink because I only recognize you in my heart. 300 giant dragons and 300 flood dragons expressed their final loyalty to Ao Shun in despair. It was as if they were about to be killed. The loyalty in their hearts burst out completely. Ao Shun looked at the loyal gazes of his subordinates. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes. These were the dragons who were most loyal to him. He had not treated them well in the past, but had brought them into a desperate situation and replaced them with despair. You won't die. With me here, you won't die. Uncle Jen can't die. Uncle Lin and the others can't die either. Ao Shun said through gritted teeth. Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, and everyone in the dragon race who supports me, you are not allowed to find trouble with them. You are not allowed. Ao Shun roared as if he was shouting his last shred of dignity. Brother Wang, don't worry. Although I have no choice, I do not wish for them to die. If you can eliminate my worries, they will definitely live. You and I are brothers. I do not want to do it myself. You are the former crown prince. The other dragons do not have the qualifications to do anything to you. You can do it yourself. Seal your own cultivation. Today's matter ends here. Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. The surroundings were silent. Countless spectators had already opened their eyes wide. At Sima Changkong's place. My lord, this Ao Sheng is quite magnanimous. Is he only going to put Ao Shun under house arrest? Yes, if I were Ao Shun, I would also be able to accept this fact. House arrest. When the Dragon King comes out, he can still make a comeback. Yes, as long as the Dragon King does not say anything, Ao Shun will definitely have a chance. As long as the people who support him are alive, what else is important? All the subordinates were praising Ao Sheng's magnanimity and Ao Shun's flexibility. Only Sima Changkong could open his mouth. It can't be. Could it be that he really dealt with the open heaven palace? Sima Changkong revealed a bitter smile. Boom! With a palm, Ao Shun slapped his own head. Immediately, colorful lights appeared around his body and rushed to his head. It seemed to form a seal and imprinted itself on his head. Wang! Ao Shun's body trembled and his entire body withered. Open Heaven Palace. Ao Shun has already sealed his own Open Heaven Palace. He can't use the strength of the three souls. Someone exclaimed in shock. Crown Prince. A group of loyal subordinates cried out in grief. I sealed the Heavenly Palace. Now, I'll seal my Dantian. Ao Sheng, watch carefully. Ao Shun said coldly. Boom. Suddenly, purple lights appeared from his palms and rushed to the 5 organs. Boom. Seal the heart. Seal the liver. Seal the lungs. Seal the spleen. Seal the kidney. Boom. Seal the dantian. Bang. Ao Shun sealed his entire body's cultivation and instantly lost it. He fell onto the square of the soaring palace hall. The group of loyal dragons immediately revealed a sorrowful expression. The crown prince had suffered such humiliation in order to save them. At this moment, the dragons seemed to have become more loyal to Ao Shun as hatred appeared on their faces. Sooner or later, when the Dragon King comes out of seclusion, as long as Crown Prince Ao Shun gives the order, they will definitely sacrifice themselves. Ao Sheng, it's fine now, right? Ao Shun had sealed his cultivation base. At this moment, he was smiling calmly. It was as if his entire body was relaxed. Sigh, Brother Wang, come in. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my word. Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. Ao Shun took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the soaring palace hall. At this moment, in the square of the soaring palace hall, Guqin led the civil and military officials to open a path. The scene of Ao Shun sealing his own cultivation had shocked many people. Even Guqin could not help but give him a thumbs up. A real man. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. Ao Shun walked step by step towards the soaring palace hall with heavy footsteps. Whoosh! Ao Shun stepped into the soaring palace hall. After taking a few steps forward, he immediately saw the scene in the soaring palace hall. He saw that there were only 3 people in the soaring palace hall. Gu Hai, Miao Chen, and Gao Chen. Apart from Gu Hai, Miao Chen and Gao Chen stared blankly at Ao Shun. You tricked us in just like that? Miao Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Gu Hai. You're actually back. Where's Ao Sheng? Where's Ao Sheng? Ao Shun asked blankly. Brother Wang, don't you recognize me? Gu Hai smiled faintly. At the side, Gao Chen plucked the strings of the void, and Gu Hai's voice suddenly turned into Ao Sheng's voice. Ao Shun could not turn his head for a moment and was stunned. Then, his face turned white and red. It was extremely interesting. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, You. Kwang. Suddenly, the soaring palace hall's door closed with a bang. Ao Shun stepped into the soaring palace hall. The moment the door closed, the expressions of the dragons loyal to Ao Shun immediately changed. What are you doing? The dragons immediately shouted. At that moment, Ao Sheng's voice sounded from the soaring palace hall again. I'm going to go back on my word today. If the dragon race wants long-term peace, there can't be any traitors. Traitors should be killed. What? The 300 dragons and 300 wyverns widened their eyes. Ao Sheng, you despicable person. The dragons immediately roared. Dragons who have abandoned the darkness for the light, listen up. Since you have abandoned the darkness for the light, take out your proof and prove that you are irreconcilable with this group of traitors. Now is the time for you to prove it. Leave none of these traitors alive. Kill them all. Use their blood to wash away your sins. Kill them all. Also, the other dragons are not allowed to interfere. Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. Roar. Suddenly, the dragons who had just sided with Ao Sheng roared and looked ferocious. Of course, there were also some dragons who could not bear it. However, this was no longer a matter of whether they could bear it or not. This was a very serious political issue. If they did not kill them, how could they live peacefully? Sorry. Sorry. Winner takes all. You chose this yourself. Don't blame us. Sorry. Roar. Boom, in the sky above the soaring palace hall, the dragons fought crazily. Under the huge chaotic battle, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. Rolling thunder and lightning showered down. Guqin activated the array at the right time to prevent the palace from being damaged. Roar. Die. Kill. Under the orders of Crown Prince Ao Sheng, the dragons in the four seas were not allowed to interfere. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless cultivators who were watching immediately screamed and fled in all directions. After all, the power of the aftermath was too fierce. At Sima Changkong's place. Crown Prince Ao Sheng is going back on his words. That's normal. The battle for the position of Crown Prince has always been cruel. At this time, there is no morality. As long as one's position is stable, all morality can be torn apart. The group of subordinates judged Ao Sheng's orders. Only Sima Changkong saw it clearly. At this moment, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face and he did not know what to say. Ao Shun's crisis was resolved just like that. Ao Shun was actually forced into a desperate situation step by step, and was forced to the brink of death. And from the beginning to the end, what they faced was only an imaginary enemy. Yes, an imaginary enemy, a character created by Gu Hai, an unreal character. Then, this unreal character forced the dragons into a desperate situation and forced Ao Shun into a dead end. Gu Hai destroyed the panicked dragon army without sacrificing a single soldier. When he came, Sima Changkong had guessed many possibilities, but he never expected that it would be like this. With just a mouth, the dragon army was tricked into disappearing. Gu Hai's mouth was comparable to a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Chapter 271. Thousand Island Sea. A huge flying ship flew past. This flying ship looked incredibly luxurious, with large dragon-shaped carvings on it. A large number of men stood on the deck of the flying ship. These men all had different expressions and shapes. The leader was a red-robed man with a broad face and a dignified aura. The red-robed man held the railing with both hands as he looked into the distance. Then, he asked indifferently, "This is the Thousand Island Sea?" "Yes, Crown Prince." The people behind him answered respectfully. "Thousand Island Sea. Ha! That battle 800 years ago was truly fascinating. The vast sky chess pavilion ended up in such a mess. Old man Guanqi, how unfortunate." The red-robed Crown Prince said indifferently. "Crown Prince, last time, Elite Hall's Mu Qinfeng came to my Divine Dragon Palace and said that Ao Shun wanted to restore the throne. Didn't Crown Prince send him away? Why are you going to 95 Island now?" "Indeed, Crown Prince. That Mu Qinfeng wants to use Crown Prince to deal with Ao Shun. He is dreaming." Two of the people mocked. The red-robed Crown Prince was Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. Then, he shook his head and asked, "Uncle Jen, what do you think of Mu Qinfeng's words?" An old man in the crowd frowned slightly. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know." Ao Sheng took a deep breath and said, "I know. Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, you are still brooding over what happened to me back then. However, I have my difficulties as well. Royal brother caused such a ruckus back then because he wanted to consign my dragon race to eternal damnation. Ha! Crown Prince, why do you say that? Uncle Jen asked with a frown. Why does Imperial Father not care about worldly matters? Have you thought about it? Did I give myself the title of Crown Prince? Without Imperial Father's permission, how can I be the Crown Prince? The Deqian dynasty can have more than one Crown Prince. However, why can my Northern Sea dragon race only have one? Because the dragon race can only have one voice. While Imperial Father is in closed-door cultivation, nothing is allowed to happen, Ao Sheng said seriously. Huh? Uncle Jen frowned. I know what Royal Brother is planning to do. He's planning to make use of a bunch of Sin dragons, that motley crew, and some of the dragon clans. In short, he wants to take back the position of Crown Prince. Mu Chenfeng is right. Ao Sheng said calmly. Crown Prince. Uncle Jen raised his eyebrows. You don't need to say anything. I understand. Uncle Jen, you're in charge of a team of the Dragon Palace. That's because my father trusts you. I hope you won't let my father down. Ao Sheng said in a deep voice. Uncle Jen frowned and answered, yes. My Dragon Palace is not for anyone to use. Mu Chenfeng. Not even Class 1 Hall. This time, I am here to resolve the grudge between Brother Wang and me. I hope that after he vented his anger on 9-5 Island, he will calm down when he sees me, Ao Sheng said indifferently. 9-5 Island? Ha! Ao Shun is making a mountain out of a molehill. Mu Chenfeng said that she will bring the dragon race's army there. By now, 9-5 Island should have been razed to the ground, right? 9-5 Island is in front. However, even if it is a Sin dragon, it is still a member of the dragon race. 9-5 Island belongs to the Han dynasty. What can an island do to it? One Sin dragon is enough to destroy it all. The people behind Ao Sheng immediately showed disdain. Roar. Rumble. As the group chatted and laughed, roaring sounds suddenly came from the distance. Huh? Ao Sheng raised his eyebrows as he looked over with narrowed eyes. He saw a large group of dragons in the sky chasing after other dragons. These were all Sin dragons and alternative dragons. The battle was extremely intense. What's going on? Those are all Sin dragons, Ao Shun's subordinates. Why are they fighting among themselves? Uncle Jen showed some shock. This is a life-and-death battle. Why are they fighting so bitterly? Why are Ao Shun's subordinates fighting among themselves? The people on the flying ship showed shocked expressions. Dahan Imperial Palace, the instant the Sin dragons started fighting in the sky, a large ritual array appeared in the Imperial Palace. The doors to the soaring palace hall opened slightly, and Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the hall. Imperial Father. We succeeded. Gu Qin said excitedly with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. The officials immediately knelt excitedly. Earlier, when Shao Qian stepped out of the soaring palace hall, the officials showed horrified expressions. After all, that was a sky full of Sin dragons. However, not long after, the Emperor turned the Sin dragons into clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, tearing them apart and killing each other. The strongest Sin dragon, Ao Shun, actually got kicked in the head by a donkey. He sealed his cultivation and allowed himself to be captured. Even the books did not have such a strange scene. The Emperor is too incredible. Not far away, Montez rushed over. Your Majesty. Montez said excitedly. At this moment, Montez was completely convinced. The sky was full of Sin dragons. Even if it was a Sin dragon, he could only run away. However, in the blink of an eye, he was toyed with by the Emperor. Even Ao Shun, who had the strength of the Heaven Palace Hall, was captured by the Emperor. He was far inferior to the Emperor. Perhaps if Shengguan had not appeared when Miao Chen attacked, the emperor would have had a way to deal with him. So what if he had the Heaven Palace Hall? In front of the emperor, he would still be captured. Is it done? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes. Just before the ritual array was set up, I took an opportunity and had a Sin Dragon rescue Luan. Montez nodded solemnly. Luan was rescued. That's good. Montez, you did well this time. We are very gratified. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. It was all because of your Majesty's arrangements. This subject did not do anything. Although Montez said that he had done nothing, a smile bloomed on his face. At some point in time, Montez started to look forward to the Emperor's praise. Roar! Your Highness, we captured a traitorous dragon alive. An excited roar came from outside. Gu Qin, set up the ritual array and cooperate with us. Fog. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin answered. Boom. Suddenly, fog rose in the fog ritual array. For a moment, one could not see one's own fingers. 8 flood dragons grabbed a huge dragon and charged into the ritual array. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled. The overlord Xiang Yu's voice rang out. What? The dragons exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai did not have enough spiritual stones to set up the 28-line pair heavens and earth formation. He had used up almost all of the 400 million high-grade spiritual stones he had plundered from the Gengjin sect. Although it was not enough to deal with the experts from Kai Tian Palace, it was not difficult for him to deal with ordinary people from the Yuanying state. Moreover, with the help of the dragon fixing formation, the alternative dragons could not move once they entered. Cloud beasts appeared one after another and suppressed the huge dragons. It was just like the Silver Moon Sea. Roar! The alternative dragons were suppressed by the dragon fixing formation and could not move. The huge dragons roared in panic. Gu Hai held the blood saber in one hand and the life ender saber in the other as he soared into the sky. Gu Hai. It's you. Where is the Crown Prince? What is the Crown Prince doing? Ah! Skeleton. Ah! Don't eat me. Ah! Is this how the alternative dragons at the bottom of the Passion Flower Valley were eaten? Crown Prince, I am on your side. Crown Prince. The group of alternative dragons shrieked in horror. However, wherever the life ender saber passed, wounds appeared. The alternative dragons were gnawed away. The ritual array was very complex. Once one entered, one could not get out. One could not tell north from south. No matter how one fled, Gu Hai quickly chased after them. The ritual array could isolate sound. The outside world could not hear what was happening inside. However, the inside could hear what was happening outside. Crown Prince, we caught a traitor. Ha ha ha. Another new dragon charged into the ritual array. Kill. Gu Hai's gaze turned cold. With the help of the Xiang Yu cloud beasts, he quickly chased after the dragons that entered the ritual array. Roar! You bastard! What are you doing? Crown Prince, what is this Gu Hai doing? Crown Prince, didn't you say that you would pardon us? Ah! 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 Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly. More and more dragons entered the ritual array to ask for credit. Fortunately, Gu Hai had enough spirit stones this time. He used 400 million superior-grade spirit stones to set up the 28-line pair universe ritual array. The energy was endless. 100 Xiang Yu followed Gu Hai as he killed them. Although it was called killing, Gu Hai was just bullying the dragons with the life ender saber's ferocious roar. He was attacking them separately. A Xiang Yu cloud beast was equivalent to a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator in the Yuanying state. 100 peak-stage nascent soul cultivators cooperated with Gu Hai to deal with a giant dragon from the Yuanying state. All Gu Hai had to do was to make a wound on the giant dragon. How difficult would that be? Kill, 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 kill. Bones fell from the sky one after another. Gu Hai's killing became more and more ferocious. Outside the palace, the aftermath of the battle reached the royal casino resort. However, it was not very harmful. "Milord, look. Didn't I say that Crown Prince Aoshin was inside?" Just now, nearly 1,000 giant dragons entered one after another. If Crown Prince Aoshin wasn't there, how could Gu Hai stop them? A subordinate said proudly. Sima Changkong shook his head. Gu Hai used the array to kill 1,000 dragons at the Silver Moon Ocean. Now, he has the advantage of the array in his own territory. Isn't that enough? Huh? His subordinates were stunned. When 1,500 giant dragons were devoured by the Life-Ender saber, 1,000th of the power returned to Gu Hai's body and rushed to his lung acupoint. Metal elemental quintessential essence quickly accumulated in his lung acupoint. It formed a huge quintessential essence ball in the blink of an eye. He circulated the true dragon golden core art. Immediately, a wisp of consciousness nurtured a golden dragon in the lung acupoint's quintessential essence.